Chapter 636. Is this the place? None. A pop-up window. After delivering all the items, Itose, who packed up his things and left Liangshan Lake, stood in front of a 7-story apartment building and whispered to himself. He then retracted his gaze and strode into the apartment building. Ding dong, ding dong. After a while, Seito arrived at the 3rd floor of the apartment building and stopped in front of a black-colored security door. He reached out and pressed the doorbell. Creak. Soon, with a soft sound, the tightly shut security door was opened from the inside. Then, Nanjo Kirasaro, who always wore a red short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of one-leg jeans, appeared behind the door. Come in. Nanjo Kirasaro reached out and pushed the door open. He stepped aside and said with an unhappy expression. Seito smiled at Nanjo Kirasaro and walked into the room with the package in his hand. The apartment that Nanjo Kirasaro rented was not small. It was the kind of apartment that had a bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, utility room, and a small living room. Where's my room? Seito, who took off his shoes at the entrance, asked with a smile. Follow me. Nanjo Kirasaro curled his lips and led Seito to one of the 4 doors. Creak. Nanjo Kirasaro reached out and opened the door. He took the lead and walked into the room. Seito then followed him into the room that would be his bedroom in the future. The room was square-shaped. It was not big, only about 10 square meters. It was just enough to put a bed and some miscellaneous items. This couldn't have been a utility room before, right? Seito, who casually glanced at the room, guessed. That's right. Nanjo Kirasaro's lips curled up as he admitted. If you're not satisfied, you don't have to live here. Satisfied? How could I not be satisfied? I'm 100% satisfied to be able to live with my dear. Seito threw the package on the mattress on the floor and turned to look at Nanjo Kirasaro. Humph. Nanjo Kirasama's cheeks reddened slightly as he turned his head and snorted. It's just that this apartment is too small. It's not suitable for you to cultivate at night. Seito returned to the living room and looked around the room. You don't really want me to train in the apartment, do you? If I do that, I'll copy the neighbors left, right, and downstairs. Nanjo Nora frowned. Then forget it. Seito shrugged and said indifferently. Seito returned to the storage room that had been turned into his bedroom. He walked to the package on the mattress. He bent down and took out a folded piece of paper from his bag before returning to the living room outside. Give this to your father and ask him to buy the herbs on it, Seito said as he handed the paper in his hand to Nanjo Nora. What is this? Nanjo Nora took the paper and opened it curiously. He looked at the names of herbs that he had never heard of before and asked. It's the ingredients for the medicinal bath to strengthen your body. Seito walked to Nanjo Nora's side and sat down. He reached out and grabbed an orange on the glass coffee table in front of him. He explained as he peeled it. I got it. Nanjo Nora nodded as he folded the paper again and put it in his pocket. When you can, ask your father to get more at once. After all, there are only a few days left until summer vacation. If you don't plan to go out and play, we'll have special training during the summer vacation. Seito divided the orange in his hand into 2 halves and handed one half to Nanjo Nora. Okay, Nanjo Nora said as he took half of the tangerine, broke off a small piece, and put it into his mouth. Also, I plan to go see Freya in a few days, Seito said as he also put a small piece of orange into his mouth. Sister Freya? Why are you looking for her? Nanjo Nora was shocked when he heard this. Then he looked at Seito and quickly asked. Because like you, I also want her. Seito didn't hide it and laughed lightly. You bastard. Hearing Seito's words, Nanjo Nora didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. He immediately stood up from the sofa and looked at Seito and shouted angrily. After he finished speaking, he turned around and quickly walked into another room. With a bang sound, he slammed the door shut. Oh, are you jealous? I was afraid that you wouldn't be jealous. Hearing the sound of the door, Seito chuckled as he muttered to himself. Then he threw another piece of orange into his mouth and chewed. He reached for the remote control on the coffee table and turned on the TV. After a while, Seito, who felt that the TV content was a bit boring, stood up from the sofa and returned to his bedroom. He opened the package and arranged his bedding. Arranging the bedding looked very simple. It didn't take long for Seito to make his bed. Then Seito once again walked out of the bedroom and went to the apartment's kitchen. He opened the refrigerator in the corner of the kitchen and checked the stock of vegetables in the refrigerator. She didn't know if it was because she had to prepare a bento for Seito every day. Or maybe it was because of something else. The refrigerator had a lot of seasonal vegetables. It was enough for today's dinner. Seeing that there were a lot of vegetables, Seito pondered for a while and started to pick out the vegetables in the refrigerator. After more than a minute, Itose, who had taken out all the needed vegetables, turned around and came to the side of the pool. He turned on the tap and washed the vegetables, preparing to make a housewarming meal for himself and Nanjo Kizara. Dang 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 dang. Soon, a series of sounds rang out in the kitchen. What is this guy doing? In a bad mood, Nanjo Nora, who was lying on the bed and flipping through a manga, heard the sound and frowned. Who cares? He can do whatever he wants. I don't want to care about this bastard. Nanjo Nora curled her lips and once again looked at the manga in her hands. But this time, no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't absorb any of the content. Ah, so annoying. Nanjo Nora threw away the manga in her hands and scratched her hair with both hands as she cried out in a low voice. This despicable guy, he actually said something about wanting Sister Freya just like me. Who does he think he is? Nanjo Nora, who turned over and laid on the bed with her hands wide open, said in annoyance. And when did I become his? What a narcissistic guy. Nanjo Nora's cheeks were red as she thought to herself. Hua chong dang dang dang. Chaotic sounds continuously came from outside the door into the room and into the ears of Nanjo Nora, who was lying on the bed. This sound, it seems like the sound of cooking. Could it be that he knows how to cook? Nanjo Nora, who used her waist to sit up on the bed, listened to the sounds coming from outside the door and thought to herself, I have to see if he's really cooking. Nanjo Nora, who was a little curious, stood up from the bed and quickly walked to the door. She gently opened the door and carefully poked her head out to take a look. This guy really is cooking. Nanjo Nora, whose nose was lightly twitched, whispered softly. At this time, Seito, who was wrapped in a white cloth apron with a kitten pattern on it, walked out of the kitchen with a plate of green pepper fried shredded meat in his hands and walked towards the coffee table in front of the sofa. My dear, you're out. Just in time. Come over and help me take out the bowls and chopsticks. Seito, who just happened to see Nanjo Nora, smiled and greeted her. Oh. Nanjo Nora subconsciously responded. Then she was stunned, curled her lips and walked into the kitchen. She took out 2 sets of clean bowls and chopsticks from the dishwasher and brought them to the living room. After Nanjo Nora, Seito also walked into the living room with a plate of tomato fried egg. Go wash your hands first. There's still one more dish. It'll be ready soon. Seito, who placed the plate on the coffee table, said to Nanjo Nora. Then, without waiting for Nanjo Nora to speak, he returned to the kitchen and started cooking the last dish. In just over 3 minutes, Seito returned to the living room with the last dish of mapo tofu. I didn't expect you to know how to cook. Nanjo Nora looked at the 3 dishes on the coffee table that were emitting a tempting aroma and said in surprise. I know a lot of things. What you're seeing now isn't even the tip of the iceberg. Seito smiled as he handed a bowl of rice to Nanjo Nora. Keep bragging. Nanjo Nora took the rice and picked up the chopsticks with a face full of disdain. Try it. Seito, who was also holding the rice and chopsticks, smiled. I hope you won't be poisoned to death. Nanjo Nora picked up the shredded pork with green pepper with his chopsticks and said in a harsh tone. Not bad. Under Seito's gaze, Nanjo Nora, who was chewing the shredded pork with green pepper with his eyes lit up, and then said in an insincere tone, "Is that so? Then I'll work harder next time." Seito, who saw Nanjo Nora's insincere tone, smiled. Then, he picked up the food on the plate with his chopsticks and lowered his head to eat. Just like that, the two of them enjoyed the food in front of them in silence. "I'm so full." After more than 10 minutes, Nanjo Nora leaned back on the sofa without a care for his image. His hands were lightly placed on his abdomen as he spoke with a satisfied expression. Then, he turned his head to look at Seito and said with anticipation in his eyes, "In the future, I'll leave all 3 meals at home to you." Wishful thinking. Seito was unmoved and said, "Today is the first day I'm staying here, so I made a meal to thank you. If you want me to cook again in the future, it'll depend on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll naturally cook. If I'm in a bad mood, stingy." Nanjo Nora curled his lips and said with a displeased expression. Seito ignored Nanjo Nora's displeasure. He leaned over and stacked the plates, bowls, and chopsticks on top of each other on the coffee table. He carried them to the kitchen and placed the dirty bowls, chopsticks, and plates one by one into the automatic dishwasher. After turning on the switch and setting the time, he washed his hands and left the kitchen. He returned to the living room and sat on the sofa to watch TV. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come and vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 637. P.S. Thank you to Sangeek for your tip. None. Pop-up window, ha. In the abandoned building where Nanjo Kirisaros used as a stronghold, with a sound of exhalation, Nanjo Kirisaros rotated his body and kicked out a horizontal kick towards Ito-sei's waist. "Did your father say when he would send the medicine over?" Seito said as he tiptoed and quickly retreated to avoid the kick. "You should know that it's summer vacation now. It's the best time to use the medicinal bath for intensive training. It would be a pity if you missed it. I've already called to urge him. He said that it would definitely be delivered by tonight," Nanjo Kirisaros said as his body soared into the air. Using the inertia and gravity generated from the flip, he performed a heel kick towards Seito's head. "That's good." Seito raised his left arm and blocked Nanjo Kirisaros' heel kick. Double heel kick. In the next second, Nanjo Kirisaros' other leg also performed a heel kick towards Seito's raised arm. That was dangerous. Seito chuckled as he quickly withdrew his arm and retreated. Both of Nanjo Kirisaros' legs landed on the ground again. His body suddenly jumped as he reached out to grab Seito's face. "Not bad. Looks like you've already adapted to fighting with your hands and feet." Seito smiled as he raised his left arm and lightly flicked Nanjo Kirisaros' wrist with his index and middle fingers. "Humph." Nanjo Kirisaros snorted as his body tilted to the side. Using his arm that was flicked away by Seito's finger as a support, he performed an upside-down karaoke similar to a hip-hop dance move and kicked towards Seito's head. Seito's right arm grabbed onto Nanjo Kirisaros' leg. He took a step back and shook his hand with force. Nanjo Kirisaros' body immediately flipped and flew towards the wall at the side. After a period of sparring with Ito-sei, Nanjo Kirisama, whose reflexes had greatly improved, exerted force from his waist in midair. Just as his body was about to hit the wall, he landed on the ground again. With one hand on the ground, he raised his head and looked at Ito-sei, who was standing in the same place without any intention to attack. "Unfortunately, you still didn't understand the meaning of my words. Your body is still stiff and heavy. Otherwise, your strength would have improved even more. Even surpassing Freya, the third fist hero, is not an extravagant hope," Ito-sei said with a slightly regretful expression. Hearing this, Nanjo Nora frowned and straightened up from the ground. "All right, let's end today's sparring. You can start your normal training." In this empty room, Ito-sei sat down on the only chair in the corner and said. Nanjo Kirisaros nodded. He walked to the side and squatted down. He picked up 2 weights on the ground that were filled with lead and tied them to his calves. Then, he picked up a weight belt that was similarly filled with rectangular lead and had the same length as his belt. He lowered his head and wrapped the weight belt around his waist. Then, Nanjo Kirisaros walked back to the center of the field. He began to practice the basic movements of Taekwondo. Miss Kirisaros, a call for you. After a long while, White Bird, who was still dressed as a European noble male, walked into the empty room where Nanjo Kirisaros was training with a mobile phone in her hands. Huff! Nanjo Kirisaros, who heard White Bird's words, slowly stopped his movement. He exhaled lightly and wiped the sweat off his face with his arm. He then walked towards White Bird. Hello, who's looking for me? Nanjo Kirisaros said as he reached for the phone and placed it next to his ear. Miss Kirisaros, the things you wanted are here. Where should I unload them? A male voice said from the phone. Nanjo Kirisaros turned to look at Sei Ito, who was sitting in the corner, and said into the phone, Send them to XXX building. Okay. The man on the other end of the phone agreed. Then, Nanjo Kirisaros cut off the call. The things have been delivered. Nanjo Kirisaros handed the phone back to White Bird and said to Sei Ito, Is that so? That's good. Sei Ito smiled and said, This way, your martial arts improvement speed will be much faster. I hope so. Nanjo Kirisaros, who had already walked back to the center of the field, said. Then, he once again assumed the posture of Taekwondo and started to train. White Bird, who had finished delivering the phone, did not leave. She stood to the side and watched Nanjo Kirisaros training. White Bird, you can also use Kirisaros's current training method. Sei Ito, who was sitting with his arms crossed, glanced at White Bird, who was standing to the side, and said softly, Got it. White Bird nodded and replied. Also, when you have nothing to do, you can also spar with Kirisaros. This way, not only can it increase your and Kirisaros's ability to adapt to the enemy, it can also digest the results of your training. Sei Ito continued. Okay. White Bird replied. Also, White Bird, when are you going to wear a skirt for me to see? Sei Ito turned to look at White Bird and said with a chuckle. Okay. White Bird, who originally thought that Sei Ito was still talking about something related to training, subconsciously agreed. However, she immediately reacted and snorted coldly. She no longer paid attention to Sei Ito. White Bird, if you could wear a skirt, you would definitely look good. Sei Ito continued to look at White Bird's body under the man's clothes and laugh. 10 minutes later, Miss Kirisaros. There's a truck outside, saying that it's here to transport something for you. At this moment, a male delinquent ran into the empty room and said to Nanjo Kirisaros, who was in the middle of training, That's right, it's here to deliver something to me. Tell them to bring it in. Nanjo Kirisaros, who had once again stopped his training, said, Yes. The delinquent replied, turned around and ran downstairs. Let's go, we'll also go down and take a look. Sei Ito said as he let go of his arms and stood up from his seat. Nanjo Kirisaros did not object to Sei Ito's suggestion. He completely stopped his training and walked out of the empty room with Sei Ito and White Bird, heading downstairs. The floor was not high, so the three of them quickly arrived at the lowest floor of the abandoned building and walked in front of the small truck. Mississippi, seeing Nanjo Kirisaros appear, a man in a black suit who was standing beside the small truck quickly walked in front of Nanjo Kirisaros and greeted her respectfully. Yes. Nanjo Kirisaros looked at the cardboard boxes that were being carried into the abandoned building by the delinquents and asked in surprise, These are? Yes. The man in the suit replied, Because the boss was afraid that the quantity was not enough, he specially bought more. At this moment, Sei Ito suddenly reached out and grabbed a delinquent who was carrying a box into the abandoned building. The man in the suit frowned and tore open the seal of the cardboard box. He took out a package of medicinal herbs wrapped in a fresh-keeping package and brought it in front of his eyes to examine. It seems that your father treats you well. These are all good medicinal herbs. After a while, Sei-Ito, who had casually thrown the medicinal herbs back into the box and let the delinquents carry them away, said to Nanjo Kirisaros with a smile. Indeed, the boss loves Miss the most. Hearing Sei-Ito's words, the man in the suit quickly said, "Humph." Nanjo Kirisaros, who had a stiff relationship with her father because of her parents' divorce, snorted lightly and turned her head to the side. "Miss, the boss said that if you have time, remember to come home for dinner." The man in the suit continued. "I know." Nanjo Kirisaros frowned slightly and said with an impatient face. The man in the suit tactfully did not say anything. He stood quietly at the side and waited for the goods to be unloaded. With the help of the delinquents who stayed in the abandoned building, it did not take long for a small truck of medicinal herbs to be moved into another room at the top of the building, close to the empty room that Nanjo Kirisaros used for cultivation. "Miss, I'm leaving." The man in the suit slightly bowed to Nanjo Kirisaros and said. He then turned around and walked to the side of the small truck, opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. He then started the car and left the abandoned building. After the small truck left, Sei-Ito, Nanjo Kirisaros, and Hakaratori turned around and walked into the abandoned building. They came to the room on the top floor that was filled with cardboard boxes. "TSK, these medicinal herbs are enough for the three of us to use for a long time." Looking at the cardboard boxes that were piled up into a small pyramid, Sei-Ito clicked his tongue. He then turned around and looked at Hakaratori. "Hakaratori, do you want to come to Kirisaros' house and take a medicinal bath together with Kirisaros?" Hakaratori subconsciously looked at Nanjo Kirisaros when she heard that. She looked as if she would listen to Nanjo Kirisaros' opinion. "Hakaratori, come along." Nanjo Kirisaros naturally hoped that Hakaratori, who was his close guard and friend, could become stronger. Therefore, he agreed without hesitation. "Yes, Miss Kirisaros." Hakaratori replied with a bow. "But how are we going to bring these back?" Nanjo Kirisaros looked at the dozens of cardboard boxes in front of him and said with a headache, "Find a hand-pulled cart and bring back the parts that we need. As for the rest, just leave them here." Sei-Ito laughed. "That's the only way." Nanjo Kirisaros nodded. "Also, if you don't want anything to happen, it's best to arrange for someone you can trust to guard here." Sei-Ito continued. "What's wrong?" Nanjo Kirisaros looked at Sei-Ito strangely and asked. "Because these medicinal materials are not ordinary medicinal materials, but some of them are poisons that can kill people. In particular, several of them are extremely poisonous poisons that can kill people as soon as they see blood. So you know." Ita-Cheng shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. "Really?" Nanjo Kirisaros subconsciously took a step back when he heard that. He looked at Sei-Ito with a pale face and asked for confirmation. "It's true. So, you must find someone you can trust to guard here. Don't let those lawless delinquents come into contact with these poisons. Otherwise, the consequences are definitely not what you want to see." Sei-Ito turned to look at Nanjo Kirisaros and said. After receiving confirmation, Nanjo Kirisaros's face turned green and white like a Sichuan opera. After a while, Nanjo Kirisaros's expression calmed down and he said decisively, "There's still time now. I'll immediately get someone to find a car and transport all these things back to the apartment. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 638. Thank you to Rose Emperor Wu and The Fool's Love for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nex, Nickfany, and 157747886 for their tip. A few hours later, with the efforts of Sei-Ito, Nanjo Karasama, White Bird, and some of the delinquents, they finally moved the cardboard boxes that were originally stored in the abandoned building back to Nanjo Karasuma's apartment when the sky was completely dark. "What are you going to do at night?" Nanjo Karasuma looked at Sei Ito's bedroom that had once again turned into a storeroom filled with cardboard boxes. He turned his head and asked Sei Ito, "It's okay. At most, I'll just stay in the living room for a few days." Sei Ito shrugged nonchalantly. Then, his expression changed as he looked at Nanjo Karasuma with a weird smile and continued, "Or, I'll sleep in your bedroom. In your dreams," Nanjo Karasuma said with a look of disdain. "Alright, you stay here and wait for Whitebird to come back. I'll go to the house to prepare the medicine." Sei Ito leaned over and stacked the cardboard boxes that were intentionally left behind at the beginning of the transportation into a pillar. He lifted it up from the ground with both arms and walked towards the apartment's balcony. After entering the balcony, Sei Ito kicked the door shut and put down the box. He tore off the seal on the box and took out the medicine according to the ratio of the herbs needed for the medicinal bath. He then began to grind and prepare the medicine. Dang dang, after a while, the sound of glass being knocked on woke Sei Ito up from his thoughts of preparing the medicine. Whitebird bought the takeout. "Come out and eat." Nanjo Karasuma stood behind the door and shouted at Sei Ito who was inside. "Got it. I'll be right there," Sei Ito replied. Then, he shook his hand and took out a large piece of craft paper and spread it on the floor of the balcony. He poured the portion of the medicine that he had already grinded onto the craft paper according to the ratio. He then gently opened the balcony door and turned to the bathroom to wash off the dregs on his hands. He then returned to the living room and enjoyed the takeout lunch with Nanjo Karasuma and Whitebird. After finishing the lunchbox, he returned to the balcony and began to grind the ingredient. Over an hour later, under Sei Ito's skilled hands, the ingredients for the medicinal bath were finally mixed and sealed in 2 large craft papers. "Who wants to go first?" Sei Ito, who had returned to the living room with 2 craft paper bags in his hands, looked at Nanjo Kira and Hakatori and asked, "Let Miss G. Sarah go first." Whitebird, who had always let Nanjo G. Sarah enjoy the benefits first, said, "Alright then, I'll go first." Nanjo Nora stood up from the sofa. "Alright, take off your clothes first. I'll go to the bathroom to finish the last step." Sei Ito naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the bathroom. Japanese people had the habit of bathing, so no matter how small the room was, there would always be a bathtub in it. Therefore, Sei Ito only needed to rinse the bathtub clean and fill it with water to finish the last step. "The water temperature isn't hot enough." Sei Ito, who reached out to test the water temperature, muttered softly. Immediately after, he gathered his chi into a flame and covered his palm. He dipped it into the hot water that was more than 60 degrees Celsius and artificially heated the water temperature. Under Sei Ito's actions, the water temperature quickly rose to 100 degrees Celsius. Bubbles continuously emerged from under the water and leaped to the surface of the water. Then, with a light bow sound, they exploded, releasing wisps of mist that filled the bathroom. Seeing that the water temperature was about right, Sei Ito withdrew his palm and dispersed the chi that covered it. He grabbed a craft paper bag at the side and opened it. Inside, there were different ingredients that were either whole, scattered into pieces, or ground into powder, and threw them into the bathtub in a certain order. Very quickly, the originally clear water turned into a mass of black paint. It was a semi-sticky substance that emitted a strong stench. "What's that smell?" As the smell spread out, Nanjo Karasuma's voice came from behind the door. "The smell of medicine, just wait." Sei Ito frowned and replied loudly, "Hurry up and finish it, it stinks." Nanjo Karasuma shouted. After more than a minute, Sei Ito, who had poured all the ingredients into the bathtub, turned his hand and took out a small tube that was only a little longer than a finger joint. Inside the tube was a sharp conical plastic tube that contained a light yellow liquid. He quietly stared at the bathtub in front of him. The water temperature slowly dropped and gradually dispersed the stench. At the same time, the liquid slowly changed color. It's time. After another minute, seeing that the liquid had almost changed, Seito used his thumb to lift the cover of the small plastic tube and dripped the light yellow viscous liquid into the bathtub. In an instant, the liquid in the bathtub, which had almost stopped changing, immediately spread out rapidly with the drop of viscous liquid as the center. It didn't take long for the liquid in the bathtub to turn a bluer shade of blue than the sky. A strange, dizzying fragrance spread out from the liquid in the bathtub. Seeing this, Seito put away the sundries and turned to the bathroom door. He called out to Nanjo Karissima, "Okay, come in. It smells so good." At this time, Nanjo Karissima, who had changed his clothes into a large white t-shirt with a cartoon cat printed on the chest and loose pajama pants, said with a strange expression, "Come in quickly," Seito urged. Nanjo Karissima curled his lips and slowly walked to the bathroom door. "Why haven't you come out yet?" Nanjo Karissima looked at Seito, who was still in the bathroom, and asked with a frown. "Of course, I have to guard you while you are in the medicinal bath. Otherwise, what if something happens to you?" Seito said as if it was a matter of course. "What? You're saying that you're also in there?" Nanjo Karissima's expression changed and shouted, "Of course. You have to know that these medicines are all highly toxic. Although a portion of the toxicity has been removed through mixing, it will still cause harm to the human body. If I don't watch over you, what if something happens to you?" Seito reached out and grabbed Nanjo Karissima's arm and pulled her into the bathroom. But, Nanjo Karissima's face turned red as she panicked. Then, Nanjo Karissima felt dizzy and fell down with a low groan. "Look, it hasn't even started yet and you've already been hurt by the mixed fragrance of the medicinal bath. If I don't watch over you, what if you suddenly faint during the bath and drown?" Seito said as he reached out to support Nanjo Karissima. Bang! At this moment, the bathroom door opened and White Bird rushed into the bathroom with an anxious look on her face. Then, White Bird's figure flashed. She quickly rushed to Nanjo Karissima's side and reached out to support her as she retreated from Seito's side. She looked at Seito, who was standing still with a face full of vigilance, and asked Nanjo Karissima worriedly, "Miss Karissima, are you all right? Bring me out first." Her head was dizzy. Nanjo Karissima said weakly with her face flushed red. "Yes," White Bird replied. Then, she supported Nanjo Karissima and quickly brought her out of the bathroom. Seeing this, Seito shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the bathroom with a bored face. He came to the living room and sat on the sofa. He looked at White Bird and Nanjo Karissima, who were sitting on the other side of the sofa. Phew! Because the mixed fragrance of the poison had not completely spread into the room, Nanjo Karissima, who took a few deep breaths, was temporarily awake. "Why didn't you tell me that you had to be there when I was taking that medicinal bath?" Nanjo Karissima, who had recovered immediately, looked at Seito angrily and asked. "Because I didn't think it was necessary." Seito spread out his hands and said, "Because to me, you will be mine sooner or later. Seeing your body a day earlier or a day later makes no difference." "You." Hearing Seito's words, Nanjo Karissima's face flushed red. Nanjo Kazara's face turned red, and then he looked at Ito-sei angrily. "Then what about White Bird?" Nanjo Karissima pointed at White Bird and said. As the center of the conversation, White Bird's face also changed. She angrily stared at Seito. "Well, what's wrong with that? Anyway, she is your personal guard. After you follow me, she will also be one of my people. Seeing her body is even less of a problem," Seito said with a bored face. As the person involved, White Bird's face turned red when she heard this. However, she did not say anything. You shameless, vulgar, shameless bastard. Nanjo Karissima grabbed the sofa cushion beside her and threw it at Seito. Alright, hurry up and decide whether or not you want to take the medicinal bath. Otherwise, when the water turns cold, the medicinal bath's effect will weaken. Seito grabbed the cushion and put it aside. He looked at Nanjo Karissima and Whitebird and said, "Who the hell wants to take that damned medicinal bath?" Nanjo Karissima said without thinking. As for Whitebird, she followed Nanjo Karissima's opinion. If she said she did not want to take the bath, Whitebird would naturally not take the bath. Tisk, it's rare for me to be so kind as to take out my family's secret recipe to help you guys increase your strength. You actually don't appreciate it. Seito curled his lips and said with a face full of displeasure. Stop ting. Your actions are not kind at all. They are harboring evil intentions. Nanjo Karissima said loudly. At this moment. Nanjo Karissima, who was originally standing, suddenly went limp. She covered her forehead and fell onto the sofa. Miss Karissima. Seeing this, Whitebird quickly helped Nanjo Karissima up. She called out with a face full of worry. Seeing that Nanjo Karissima's face was flushed red, Whitebird turned her head and glared at Seito. What did you do to Miss Karissima? Nothing much. She was just poisoned by the mixed fragrance poison from the medicinal bath. Originally, she should have waited for a while before she became like this. However, because of her agitation, the mixed fragrance poison entered her body through her blood, causing the poison to take effect in advance. Seito explained with a face full of indifference. As long as she soaks in the medicinal bath, the mixed fragrance poison in her body will naturally be removed. Hearing Seito's explanation, Whitebird's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. You this bastard. Despite feeling dizzy, Nanjo Karissima, who was conscious and had also heard Seito's explanation, looked at Seito with a flushed face. Her breathing fluctuated as she scolded. At this moment, Whitebird's eyebrows furrowed. She also unconsciously let out a low moan. Looks like you've also been poisoned. Seito looked at Whitebird and chuckled. Hearing this, Whitebird's expression immediately turned ugly. Alright, you're still weak from the poison. Go to the bedroom and open the window to get some fresh air. You'll be able to recover after resting for a night. Seito stood up from the sofa and walked to Nanjo Karissima's side. As for Karissima, the mixed fragrance poison has already entered her blood. If she doesn't soak in the medicinal bath, it won't be removed. As Seito spoke, he bent down. Then, while Whitebird wanted to stop him but couldn't, he carried Nanjo Karissima horizontally and turned to walk towards the bathroom. You, let go of me. Nanjo Karissima, who was lying horizontally in Seito's arms, said weakly. That won't do. Seito lowered his head and looked at Nanjo Karissima, whose cheeks were flushed red. Unfortunately, the door lock was broken by Whitebird. It can't be locked and can only be left ajar. Seito said as he walked into the bathroom and stretched out his leg to close the door. Then, Seito carefully placed Nanjo Karissima's feet on the ground. He hugged her waist with one arm to stabilize Nanjo Karissima's body. Then, he used his other hand to roll up the large t-shirt that Nanjo Karissima was wearing. At this moment, Nanjo Karissima, who had already accepted her fate, closed her eyes shyly. She didn't dare to look at her appearance of being undressed by a man. With Seito's help, Nanjo Karissima's clothes were quickly removed by Seito. She laid in Seito's arms naked. I couldn't tell, but your figure is quite good. Seito, who once again bent down and carried Nanjo Karissima horizontally, said with a chuckle. Splash, following the sound of water, Seito slowly placed Nanjo Karissima, starting from her feet, into the pale blue medicinal liquid. Ugh! Not long after Nanjo Karissima entered the medicinal liquid, a painful groan came from Nanjo Karissima's throat as her eyes were tightly closed and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Bear with it. This medicinal liquid is stimulating your body and opening it up. Seito, who was sitting on the edge of the bathtub and holding Nanjo Karissima's head with one hand to prevent her from sinking into the water, explained softly. If possible, try to calm yourself down and carefully sense the situation in your body. Find the key that has always existed in your body and come into contact with it. Seito continued. After hearing about martial arts, especially ki, Nanjo Karissima, who had been biting her lips to prevent herself from making a sound, immediately moved her eyebrows. Following Seito's instructions, she began to try to ignore the extremely itchy pain in her body that felt as if thousands of ants were biting her, and enter a calm state. It was just that this kind of thing was easy to say, but without the help of a special method, it was extremely difficult to do. The more Nanjo Karissima wanted to ignore the feeling coming from her body, the clearer she could feel the feeling coming from her body. Finally, after many attempts, Nanjo Karissima opened her mouth and howled. Bang! Not long after Nanjo Karissima's howl, White Bird's figure once again broke into the bathroom with a muffled sound, appearing in front of Seito and Nanjo Karissima, who had opened her eyes because she heard the sound. Ms. Karissima! White Bird quickly ran to the side of the bathtub and called out to Nanjo Karissima worriedly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 639. White Bird, I'm fine. None. Pop-up window. Perhaps it was because of the mixed fragrance poison, or the stimulation from the medicinal bath, or perhaps it was because of her shyness. Nanjo Nora's face was flushed red as she spoke to White Bird with difficulty. Miss Nora, White Bird said softly. What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Seito turned to look at White Bird. I'm worried about you. White Bird didn't even look at Seito as her gaze never left Nanjo Nora's body. Then don't blame me if you get poisoned, Seito chuckled. As expected, not even a minute had passed when White Bird, who had been standing near the source of the poison, suddenly changed her expression. She quickly reached out her hand to support herself against the wall to prevent her weak body from falling to the ground. White Bird, Nanjo Nora, whose voice had become a little hoarse from screaming, called out softly. I'm fine, Miss Nora. White Bird's face revealed a weak smile as she comforted her. All right, you should go out now. The medicinal bath will take a while to finish. Don't let anything happen to you before Nora. Seito said as he pressed White Bird's shoulder with one hand and channeled the chi in his body through his palm into White Bird's body to suppress the mixed fragrance poison. Feeling the sudden warm flow in her body, as well as the gradually recovering strength in her body, White Bird turned to look at Seito and nodded. She held onto the wall of the bathroom and turned around to leave the bathroom. White Bird, is she all right? Nanjo Nora, who had watched White Bird leave the bathroom, turned to look at Seito and asked with a hoarse voice. I've temporarily suppressed the mixed fragrance poison in her body. She'll be fine as long as she uses the medicinal bath to remove the poison in her body. Seito looked at Nanjo Nora and chuckled. Humph, you're lucky, Nanjo Nora said with a tone full of displeasure. Yeah, I'm lucky, Seito replied with a smile. At this moment, without any external disturbances, Nanjo Karissima, who once again felt the biting sensation of thousands of ants on his body, once again let out a low groan full of pain from his throat. Bear with it. Seito used his other hand to gently touch Nanjo Kirisaro's cheek, while gently stroking it with his big finger. He said softly, You must know that this medicinal bath can not only strengthen your body. It can increase your potential and whiten your skin, making your skin more delicate and lustrous. Its effect is better than any cosmetic products on the market. Really? Even though Nanjo Kizara was a delinquent, he was a martial artist. However, in the end, she was still a young girl. Her concern for her skin was no less than that of a normal girl. Therefore, her eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. She looked at Seito and asked. Really? Seito confirmed with a smile. That was it. Ito-sei then chatted with Nanjo Nora casually to distract her so that Nanjo Nora wouldn't suffer from the intense pain of soaking in the medicinal bath. After more than an hour. All right, you can come out now, Seito said after seeing the water in the bathtub turn back into clear water. He then looked at Nanjo Kurosawa and laughed. But I think you might not have any strength right now. It's better for me to carry you out. Did you already know it would be like this? Nanjo Kurosawa stared at Seito and said. Of course, after enduring such pain for such a long time, it would be strange if you still had any strength, Seito laughed. Then, Seito took the Linshui sprinkler from the side, turned on the switch and sprayed it at Nanjo Kurosawa. What are you doing? Nanjo Kurosawa said with an unhappy face. At that time I was cleaning your body. Don't tell me you want to go back to the bedroom with medicinal dregs all over your body? Ito-sei used both hands to wash Nanjo Kazara's body, and said as if it was a matter of fact. You bastard, Nanjo Kurosawa whispered with a flushed face. Hee, now that we've seen and touched, plus the kiss from before, you're mine now. Kurosawa, you're completely mine now. Seito, who took advantage of the washing, turned his head to look at Nanjo Kurosawa and laughed strangely. You're a pervert, a rogue, a bastard. Nanjo Kurosawa glared at Seito and cursed in a low voice. Then, when Seito's ear was in front of her face, she opened her mouth and bit it. Crunch, just as Nanjo Kurosawa was about to bite Seito's ear. Seito's head suddenly moved and immediately dodged Nanjo Kurosawa's bite, causing her teeth to clench together and make a clear sound. It hurts, doesn't it? Seito turned his head to look at Nanjo Kurosawa and laughed. Humph. Nanjo Kurosawa snorted coldly. She turned her head to the side and ignored Seito. Seeing this, Seito smiled slightly. He continued to wash Nanjo Kurosawa's body. Done. After a moment, Seito reached out his hand to turn off the Linshui nozzle's switch and put it back to its original position. Then, without waiting for Nanjo Kurosawa to speak, he reached out his hand and carried Nanjo Kurosawa out of the bathtub. Splash! Along with the sound of water, Nanjo Kurosawa's body was immediately exposed to the air. Then, Seito gently placed Nanjo Kurosawa's feet on the ground and grabbed a towel from the side. With one hand supporting Nanjo Kurosawa, he held the towel in the other hand and wiped Nanjo Kurosawa's body. After he was done wiping her, he bent down again and carried Nanjo Kira in his arms. Without even giving her a chance to put on her clothes, he carried Nanjo Kira out of the bathroom and sent her back to the bedroom, placing her on the bed. Have a good rest, I'll go and deal with Whitebird's problem. Seito, whose head was parallel to Nanjo Kurosawa's, said to her with a smile as he reached out his hand to caress Nanjo Kurosawa's cheek. Don't bully Whitebird. Nanjo Kurosawa stared into Seito's eyes and said. Don't worry, I won't bully her. Seito chuckled when he heard that. Then, he lowered his head and gently kissed Nanjo Kurosawa's lip. Perhaps it was because her body was seen and touched all over, or because of some other reason, Nanjo Kurosawa did not resist Seito's kiss. She closed her eyes and allowed Seito's tongue to entangle with hers. After a while, Ito-sei raised his head and chuckled at Nanjo Kurosawa, whose face was flushed red and who was gasping for breath. He turned around and walked out of the bedroom and returned to the bathroom to prepare the medicinal liquid for Whitebird's medicinal bath. Did I become his just like that? In the bedroom, Nanjo Kurosawa, who was slightly tilting her head to look at the door, muttered to herself with a complicated expression. After more than 10 minutes, the medicinal bath for Whitebird was ready. Whitebird, come in. Seito, who was standing at the bathroom door, called out to Whitebird, who was sitting on the sofa and watching the television absent-mindedly. Hearing the call, Whitebird was stunned at first. Then, Her face turned red and she answered softly. Following that, White Bird raised both her hands and with a slightly hesitant expression, she untied the white scarf around her neck and put it aside. Then, she unbuttoned the white shirt she was wearing and slowly took off her clothes. Knowing that this was a reserved young girl belonging to White Bird, Sei-to did not rush her and quietly stood outside the bathroom door to wait. After all, no matter how masculine White Bird's appearance was, it was impossible for her body and the part of her heart that belonged to a woman to change. To let her be naked in front of a strange man whom she had only known for less than half a month was indeed a huge psychological barrier. It was no wonder that White Bird was so hesitant. However, no matter how hesitant she was, under the influence of some objective reasons, White Bird still took off all her clothes in the end. With one hand covering her chest and the other covering the fragrant grass on her lower body, she came in front of Sei-to naked. Sei-to did not say anything as he turned around and walked into the bathroom with White Bird. "Sit in. Remember to only show your face," Sei-to, who was standing beside the bathtub, said. White Bird did not say anything as she stepped into the blue medicinal liquid and slowly sat down in the bathtub. Then, after most of her body was immersed in the blue medicinal liquid, she reached out her hands and held onto the sides of the bathtub. Then, she leaned back and soaked the rest of her body except for her face. At this moment, Sei-to once again lowered his body and sat on the edge of the bathtub. He reached out his hands to hold White Bird's head and said, "Put your hands into the medicinal liquid as well. I'll help you fix your head. I think you've already seen what's going to happen from Saroji, so I won't say much. Just bear with it. If you can't take it anymore, just tell me. I'll think of a way to lessen your pain." Sei-to looked at White Bird and said, "I know." White Bird's face was red as she said softly, "You're still as feminine as you are now." Sei-to looked at White Bird, whose face was red and her eyes were evasive. Her tone had also become very feminine. Sei-to used both of his hands to hold her head and gently stroked White Bird's cheeks with his thumbs. Hearing Sei-to's words and feeling the strange feeling coming from her cheeks, White Bird's face, which was already red, immediately became even redder. Her eyes looked around frantically. At this moment, White Bird's frantic eyes focused. She frowned and let out a muffled groan with a pale face. Seeing this, Sei-to stopped smiling and looked at White Bird with a serious expression. "Looks like it's starting. Remember what I said. If you can't take it anymore, just tell me." Sei-to stopped smiling and looked at White Bird with a serious expression. "I know." White Bird clenched her teeth and said as she endured the increasingly strong numbness coming from her body. "Ugh!" White Bird tilted her head back and let out a low groan with a painful expression. However, White Bird was a martial artist after all. Her endurance was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Therefore, even though the feeling coming from her body made her want to die, other than letting out a few muffled groans, she did not let out a single cry. This made Sei-to look at her in a different light. Walalala, White Bird, who was in unbearable pain, kept struggling in the water. Waves of blue liquid immediately gushed out from the edge of the bathtub and splashed onto the tiled floor, creating a series of sounds. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 640. Seeing that White Bird was really in pain, Ito Senari spoke to attract White Bird's attention to himself. Just like Nanjo Nori Sara before, he chatted with White Bird casually to distract White Bird's attention and reduce her pain. None. Pop-up window. While chatting, Sei-to also deepened his understanding of White Bird. She was the strongest student in history and had always been Nanjo Nori Sarasa's shadow. However, she was also a woman with great talent in martial arts. Just like that, after an hour and a half of pain, White Bird finally soaked the medicinal liquid into the color of clear water and ended the medicinal bath. "Okay, it's over," Seito said as he reached for the sprinkler. Splash, 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 Whitebird's body relaxed and fell into the bathtub. A large wave of water immediately surged out from the edge of the bathtub and fell onto the floor of the bathroom, making a series of noises. Don't move, leave everything to me, Seito said as he turned on the sprinkler to wash Whitebird's body. How can you do this? Feeling the strange feeling coming from her body, Whitebird, who was blushing, moved her arms in a panic. She wanted to push away Seito's hand that was roaming around her body. However, because of the medicinal bath, Whitebird, who had used up a lot of energy, couldn't lift her arms at all. She could only let Seito's hand roam around her body as she complained in a very feminine tone. Have you forgotten? Previously in the living room, I said that you will also be one of my people. Since you are one of my people, what's wrong with helping you bathe? Seito turned his head and looked at Whitebird, who was blushing. But, Whitebird, who was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do, said incoherently. Okay, you can rest in peace. Seito retracted his gaze and continued to use the sprinkler and his hand to wash Whitebird's body. Seeing that things had turned out this way, Whitebird had nothing to say. She could only close her eyes with a red face and endure the strange feeling coming from her body, allowing Seito to do as he pleased. 10 minutes later, Seito, who had finished cleaning Whitebird, turned off the switch. He put the sprinkler back to its original position and bent down to carry Whitebird out of the bathtub. At this moment, Whitebird still didn't dare to open its eyes. Like an ostrich, it hid its head in Seito's embrace. Seito saw this and smiled. He gently placed Whitebird's feet on the ground and hugged Whitebird's body with one arm. He grabbed a white towel and wiped Whitebird's body. During this period of time, there was naturally a lot of touching. Whitebird was so agitated that her face turned red and her breathing became heavy. After a while, Seito, who had finished wiping Whitebird's body, casually threw the towel away and carried Whitebird in his embrace again. He carried her out of the bathroom and returned to Namjo Kirisaro's bedroom. He gently placed the naked Whitebird beside Namjo Kirisaro's and covered her with a blanket. Only then did he smile at Whitebird, who had opened her eyes a little to observe the surroundings. He then turned around and left the bedroom. He returned to the bathroom and washed up. After a while, Seito, who had finished washing up, carried his blanket and walked back into Namjo Kirisaro's bedroom. Then, under the gaze of Whitebird, who was still awake, he laid his blanket on the ground and lowered his body to get into the blanket. You're tired too. Sleep early, Seito, who was lying on his side in the blanket and looking at Whitebird on Namjo Kirisaro's bed, said softly. Okay, good night. Whitebird's face turned red and said softly. She then closed her eyes and rested. After Whitebird, Seito also turned over and laid flat on the blanket. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. The following night was silent. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Ah, you bastard, why are you in my room? It was early in the morning. Early in the morning, Namjo Kirisaro's voice sounded in the room, waking up Seito, who was still sleeping. Oh, you're talking about this. Seito, who had lifted the blanket with one hand, opened his mouth and yawned. Since you're all my people, what's wrong with sleeping in your bedroom? It's good enough that I didn't directly sleep on your bed. You bastard, you still want to sleep on my bed? Why don't you die? Namjo Kirisaro's reached out and grabbed his pillow. He threw it at Seito. If I die, what will you and Whitebird do? Live like widows? Seito casually caught the pillow. He looked at Namjo Kirisaro's and Whitebird and laughed. You wish. If you die, we'll find another man to marry. Namjo Kirisaro's said without thinking. Whitebird's face turned red when she heard that. She panicked and thought to herself, isn't this the same as admitting that we're his people? My dear Miss Kirisaro's. But, thinking of this, Whitebird secretly glanced at Seito and immediately hid her head under the blanket. You dare. Seito stared at Namjo Kirisaros and shouted. Namjo Kirisaros, who was frightened by Seito's stare and shout, immediately became well-behaved. He turned his head to the side with an unhappy expression, curled his lips and didn't say anything. Since you're both awake, then get up. Follow me out to train and digest the medicinal effects in your bodies. Seito, who was only wearing a pair of boxers, stood up from the ground. He took some clothes from the side and said to Namjo Kirisaros and White Bird. You go out first. Namjo Kirisaros said. Tisk, you've already seen it all yesterday. What's there to be shy about now? Seito curled his lips and said. You get out. Hearing Seito's words, Namjo Kirisaros, who thought of what happened in the medicinal bath yesterday, said loudly with a red face. Yes, yes, my dear Mississippi. Seito grabbed his clothes and walked out of the bedroom as he casually replied. Bang! Following a muffled sound, Seito's figure completely disappeared from the room. Phew! White Bird. Seeing Seito leave, Namjo Kirisaros lightly exhaled and turned his head to look at White Bird, who was lying under the blanket, and called out, Miss Kirisaros. White Bird, who heard the call, immediately stuck her head out from under the blanket and opened her eyes to look at Namjo Kirisaros. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, because of me, you wouldn't have been taken advantage of by that guy. Namjo Kirisaros looked at White Bird with an apologetic expression and said, Don't say that, Miss Kirisaros. As your personal guard, if I wasn't by your side when you were in danger, that would be my shame. White Bird immediately sat up from the blanket after hearing that. Ignoring the naked spring scenery in front of her chest, she looked at Namjo Kirisaros with a serious expression and said, White Bird. Namjo Kirisaros looked at White Bird with a touched heart, then sighed and said, That guy got lucky. All right, let's hurry up and put on our clothes. Otherwise, we might be seen by that guy again. Namjo Kirisaros said. Immediately after, he lifted the blanket and stood up from the bed naked. He walked to the end of the bed and jumped to the ground, then went to the wardrobe to pick out his clothes. Miss Kirisaros, my clothes are all in the living room. What should I do? White Bird blushed as she looked at Namjo Kirisaros, who was putting on his underwear. Then wait a moment. After I'm done, I'll help you bring your clothes in. Namjo Kirisaros said as he reached out to put on the bra that matched his underwear. Okay. White Bird agreed. At this time, Namjo Kirisaros took out a red short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of jeans that had only one leg hanging in the wardrobe and put them on. Wait, I'll go get your clothes. After putting on his clothes, Namjo Kirisaros walked to the door and said to White Bird as he reached out to open the door. After that, Namjo Kirisaros walked out of the bedroom and came to the living room. He walked straight to the clothes that were piled on the sofa and bent down to pick up the clothes on the sofa. After that, he returned to the bedroom and closed the door. At this time, Seito, who felt that the benefits from last night were not bad, was happily humming a tune while making breakfast in the kitchen. Creak. After a moment, along with a soft sound, the closed bedroom door was once again opened by someone. After that, Namjo Kirisaros and White Bird, who were neatly dressed, walked out of the bedroom one after another. He's cooking? Hearing the sound coming from the kitchen, White Bird looked at Namjo Kirisaros in shock and asked, Yes. Namjo Kirisaros nodded and admitted. Don't you need help? White Bird asked again. No need. That guy took advantage of us so much. It's only right for him to serve us. Namjo Kirisaros, who was sitting on the sofa, curled his lips and said. White Bird, who was centered around Namjo Kirisaros's, will immediately responded. Darling, come and help me bring the dishes over. At this time, Seito's voice suddenly came from the kitchen into the living room. This bastard. Normally, Namjo Kirisaros would only call him that in private at home. This was the first time Seito called him, darling, in front of White Bird, who was half an outsider. His face turned red as he scolded in a low voice. However, although he scolded, his actions were not slow. He immediately stood up from the sofa and walked into the kitchen. He took the 2 plates of fried eggs that Sei-Ito handed over and returned to the sofa before placing the plates on the coffee table. After 2 or 3 trips like this, several plates with breakfast were placed on the coffee table. "Alright, let's eat." Sei-Ito, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the coffee table, casually grabbed a cushion to cushion his buttocks. He raised his head and looked at Namjo Kirisaros and White Bird, who were sitting on the sofa on both sides of the coffee table. "I'm starting." Namjo Kirisaros and White Bird clasped their hands in front of their chests and said. After that, the 3 of them moved their chopsticks and ate this very Western-style breakfast. "Clean up a bit. We'll go out and find a place to cultivate and digest the accumulated medicinal power in your bodies," Sei-Ito said as he bent over to put away the dirty plates and chopstick. After listening to Sei-Ito's words, Namjo Kirisaros and White Bird had nothing else to say. They immediately got up and walked into the bathroom before lowering their heads and washing themselves. After a while, the 2 of them who had finished cleaning up returned to the living room and left the apartment together with Sei-Ito, who had finished cleaning up. Namjo Kirisaros led them to the nearby empty space. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 641. P.S. Thank you to JJ for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany and 157747860 for their tip. That's enough. Sei-Ito separated his hands and blocked the kicks from Namjo Kirisaro and Haori respectively. Then, with a twist of his wrist and a press, the attacks from the 2 were instantly neutralized. He retreated and looked at the 2 who were panting slightly and said, "After the exercise just now, the medicinal power accumulated in your body has already dispersed. After a day or 2, it will completely integrate into your body and improve your physical fitness." Sei-Ito continued. "Phew, although your motives are not pure, your medicinal bath is indeed effective. Now I feel as if there is an endless amount of energy in my body, and my body has indeed become more agile." Namjo Kirisaro exhaled lightly and lowered his head to look at his right fist that was opening and closing as he said softly, "That's just a psychological illusion that you obtained after experiencing pain and torture." Sei-Ito laughed when he heard that. "However, there are indeed some effects. It's just that if you want them to be obvious, you'll need to go through a few more medicinal baths." "Who wants to continue your hateful medicinal bath?" Namjo Kirisaro's face turned red when he heard that. He glared at Sei-Ito and said angrily, "We're already like that. What's there to be shy about? Do you really want those medicinal herbs to become a huge poison in the house?" Sei-Ito slowly walked in front of Namjo Kirisaro and Haori. He stretched out his hands to hug their waists and pulled them into his embrace as he softly teased. "Humph." Namjo Kirisaro coldly snorted and turned his head to the side, ignoring him. As for Haori, she lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to look at Sei-Ito. "Alright, my dear. Later, bring me to see Third Fist Howie Freya." Sei-Ito's palm gently rubbed the tender flesh on Namjo Kirisaro's waist as he lowered his head to look at Namjo Kirisaro and said, "Do you still want to hit on Sister Freya?" Hearing Sei-Ito's words, Namjo Nora frowned and said with displeasure, "As a martial artist, you have to be firm in your heart. Since I said that I would let her become one of my people like you, then I naturally won't go back on my words and let Freya truly become one of mine." Ito-sei lowered his head and lightly licked Namjo Kira's ear as he explained softly. Namjo Kizara, whose sensitive ear was attacked, trembled, and immediately jumped out of Sei-Ito's arms like a frightened kitten. Her face was flushed red. She glared angrily at Sei-Ito without saying a word. "Once we're done with Freya's matter, I'll bring you guys to meet Yomi, and then I'll bring you guys to see the real martial arts world, Saito said to Nanjo Kira as he put down his empty arm and hugged White Bird. You know Yomi? Nanjo Nora asked in surprise. I know. Saito nodded and said, I also know that the purpose of Ragnarok is to fight against Yomi. But I can tell you clearly, in the current Ragnarok, other than the First Fist warrior Odin, none of the Yomi members are a match for you. How is that possible? Nanjo Kira exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible, after all, the difference between your training methods is too big, Saito said. Then he changed the topic and continued, but it's useless to say this now. Before you guys see their training methods, you won't be able to recognize the difference between you guys. Now, you should bring me to see Freya first. Humph. Hearing Saito mention Freya again, Nanjo Kira snorted and turned to walk away. White Bird, don't dress so masculine in the future. It feels weird when I hug you like this, as if I'm hugging a man. It's very uncomfortable. Saito held White Bird in his arms and followed Nanjo Kira's footsteps as he said to White Bird with a smile. But I'm already used to this outfit, White Bird said weakly. Then change it, Saito said decisively. Then he continued in a tactful tone, White Bird, you have to be more confident. Your figure is great, don't let your good figure be covered by this outfit, that would be too regretful. I know. White Bird's face turned red when she heard the praise. She said with a mosquito-like voice. After that, Saito, who saw that the crowd was gradually increasing, let go of White Bird and quietly followed behind Nanjo Kira, who was walking quickly in front of him, towards the Third Fist warrior Freya's location. As Freya's former subordinate, Nanjo Kira knew Freya's range of activities and her usual locations like the back of his hand, so it didn't take long. He brought Saito and White Bird to an abandoned warehouse. Ha 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 ha. Then, a woman's voice clearly sounded from the warehouse. Sister Freya is inside. Nanjo Kira turned around and said to Saito as he stood outside the warehouse. Let's go in. Saito, who was walking slowly with White Bird to Nanjo Kira's side, looked at the warehouse in front of him and said softly. Nanjo Kirasaro didn't say anything. He took the lead and walked to the half-closed iron door of the warehouse. Then, with a crashing sound, he opened the iron door in front of him and walked into the warehouse with Ito-sei and Haori. In an instant, one by one, young girls of the same age as Nanjo Kira, wearing a strange short skirt uniform and holding crutches, bayonets, swords, chain hammers, entered Saito, White Bird, and Nanjo Kira's sight. Behind these young girls, in a relatively large open space, there was a woman who wore sneakers, jeans, a dark blue sports vest, and an orange vest. She had short hair, a round face, skin color, and a thin scar on her left cheek. She seemed to be 1 year older than these young girls. She was practicing martial arts with a stick that was shorter than an ordinary long stick. Kira, what are you doing here? Hearing the sound from the door, the young girls who stopped their training all looked at Saito, White Bird, and Nanjo Kira, who walked in from the door. Then, a young girl with light blonde hair, who looked like a noble lady, walked out from the group of young girls and shouted at Nanjo Kira. I have something to discuss with Sister Freya. Nanjo Kira's tone had a rare calmness, and even sounded a little weak. You are no longer a member of the Valkyrie squad, what are you still doing here? Another black-haired young girl who held a short fork in both hands shouted. Nanjo Kira opened her mouth to say something, but before she could finish her words, her body was suddenly pulled by a strong force. Then, she felt herself being pulled into a firm embrace, and a familiar masculine scent immediately entered her nostrils. This kind of weak image is not like my cute G-Saras. You should be more powerful and valiant. Then, Saito's familiar voice rang in Nanjo Kira's ears. Who are you? A young girl holding a chain hammer shouted at Saito. But Saito ignored the young girl. His gaze went straight through these young girls, and looked at the short-haired girl standing behind them, Freya. Yoshimi backed down. Freya also looked over, and her gaze met with Seito's. She walked towards Seito. She said to the young girl who spoke, "Yes, Sister Freya." Hearing Freya's words, the young girls immediately shut their mouths, and spontaneously retreated to the side. They made way for Freya and Seito to meet. "What are you here for?" After a moment, Freya stood in front of Seito, and looked at Seito with a long staff in her hand. "Do you want to become stronger?" Seito looked at Freya's eyes with a smile and asked softly, "What do you want?" Freya, who had been in contact with martial arts since young, and had her own understanding of the principles of the world, knew that there was a corresponding price to pay for anything. So when she heard Seito's words, she frowned and immediately asked, "I want you." Seito stepped out from between Shiratori and Nanjo Kazara, and came in front of Freya. He reached out and lifted Freya's chin, and looked at her with a smile. "Bastard, let go of your dirty hands." Before Seito could say anything, the members of the Valkyrie squad at the side did not want to take it anymore, and all of them got into an attacking stance and shouted at Seito. Just as the Valkyrie squad was about to attack, Freya suddenly stretched out her hand to stop them. "Sister Freya!" The members of the Valkyrie squad shouted with a face full of unwillingness. But Freya did not care about the words of the Valkyrie squad. She only looked at Seito in front of her and said in a low voice, "You want me, sure. Defeat me." "Okay." Seito retracted his finger from Freya's chin, and replied with a smile, "All of you, spread out." Freya turned her head and ordered the girls of the Valkyrie squad. Yes. The girls of the Valkyrie squad were very confident in Freya's strength. When they knew that Freya was going to fight with Seito, they immediately looked at Seito with a "you're courting death" look, and retreated to make space for the two of them to fight. They shouted in response. After that, Seito and Freya walked into the empty space together, and stood 3 meters away from each other, and got into a stance to confront each other. Seito still used the Shingi Fist's starting stance. Freya lowered her waist into a horse stance, and her right hand held the end of the staff. Her left hand held the middle of the staff, and the tip of the staff was slightly raised to the side to face Seito. "Because I want you, I will be serious with you, so you should attack first." Seito looked at Freya and said, "If that's the case, then I won't hold back." Freya did not get angry, and replied expressionlessly. She stepped in front of Seito, and swung the staff at Seito's chest with both hands. Seito immediately moved to the side, dodging Freya's attack. At the same time, he raised his left arm to block Freya's incoming staff, and slapped the surface of Freya's staff with his right palm. In an instant, there was a crisp sound of "kacha." With Ito-sei's palm as the center, a small section of the short stick turned over and fell to the ground on the side. Following that, Seito turned his body and rushed towards Freya's body with his back, while his left elbow struck at Freya's side. Freya's pupils shrank when she saw her staff break, but her reaction was not slow. She immediately tightened all her muscles, and retracted her left arm to the side, and collided with Seito's elbow strike. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Freya's body flew to the side as if she was hit by a speeding car. "Sister Freya!" The members of the Valkyrie squad shouted in disbelief when they saw this. Clang, clang, clang. It was only at this moment that the half of the short stick that had been flying out fell to the ground, making a series of sounds. Bang, crash. Following that, Freya's body also fell to the ground, and pushed away a pile of debris on the ground, causing a series of noises. "So strong, so he's actually this strong." Nanjo Kazara muttered to himself as he watched his idol, Freya, being sent flying by Ito Seiji in a single blow. Ugh! Freya, who fell to the ground and was about to stand up, suddenly let out a muffled groan. With a pained expression, she used her right hand to cover her left arm where Seito hit her, and muttered to herself in silence. I won. Seito, who withdrew his stance and stood up naturally, looked at Freya, who was frowning and half squatting on the ground, and announced softly, Yes, you won. Freya stood up from the ground and looked at Seito expressionlessly. Itose smiled when he heard Freya's admission of defeat. He walked up to Freya, who was standing with her arms crossed, and lifted her chin again. Then, from now on, you are mine. Freya was stunned for a moment before she nodded. Without waiting for Freya's reaction, in front of all the Valkyrie members, Nanjo Carissima and Whitebird, he lowered his head and kissed Freya's lip. This bastard! Nanjo Carissima, who saw this scene, turned his head to the side unhappily and cursed under his breath. Ah! Basically, it was the first time that the Valkyrie members saw a man and a woman kissing at such a close distance, and all of them cried out in surprise. As the person who was kissed, even though she said that if she won, she would become Seito's woman, Freya, who did not expect something like this to happen so quickly, widened her eyes and opened her mouth slightly with a blank expression, allowing Seito's tongue to invade her mouth and tease her tongue. I finally got you, little Yao. After a moment, Seito raised his head and used his right hand to lightly touch Freya's cheek, his thumb gently stroking the thin and long scar on her cheek. He looked at Freya with a smile and called her by her real name. How do you know my name? Hearing how Seito called her, Freya's face flashed with astonishment and surprise, and she asked subconsciously, If I don't even know the name of the woman I want, then I'm too incompetent. Don't you think so, my dear Freya, Miss Yao of Hyuga Hall? Seito, who was caressing Freya's cheek, laughed loudly. Chapter 642. Then as my man, shouldn't you tell me your name? Freya sighed and looked at Seito. My name is Seito, remember it well. Seito said with a smile as he looked into Freya's eyes. Seito, huh? I'll remember it. Freya said. Come, give me your arm. If you don't have my treatment, the hidden force will damage your arm if it stays there for too long. Seito said as he retracted his hand from Freya's face and took a step back. Is that needle-like injury called a hidden force? Freya muttered softly to herself as she lifted her injured left arm while enduring the pain. Yes, why? You don't know? Itungching held Freya's arm with his left hand, while his right hand continuously patted around the area where the hidden force remained. He asked with a puzzled expression. I know about hidden force, but this is the first time I've experienced it personally. Freya shook her head and explained as she felt her arms slowly recovering under Seito's pats. Can you teach me the technique of hidden force? Freya asked as she looked at Seito. Of course. Itomori also raised his head and looked at Freya with a smile. This is your first request after becoming my woman. How can I not agree to it? Freya blushed slightly and turned her head to the side with an embarrassed expression. However, the color of her skin was a little darker, and it covered the blush on her cheeks, so the members of the Valkyrie squad who were paying attention to this scene didn't notice it. It's done, Seito said as he retracted his hand after a while. Freya's gaze returned to her arm when she heard that the treatment was over. She turned her left arm around and felt the changes in her muscles to confirm the condition of her injury. Tell your girls to leave and follow me, Seito said after Freya confirmed the condition of her arm. Freya nodded and turned to the members of the Valkyrie squad. You can all leave now. Yes. The members of the Valkyrie squad looked at each other and replied in unison after receiving Freya's order. Let's go, Seito said as he wrapped his arm around Freya's waist and gently pulled her into his embrace. He walked towards Saro Nanjo and Whitebird with her in his arms. Then, when he passed by Nanjo Kirishiro, he also reached out to grab her waist. Together with Nanjo Kirishiro and Freya, the two of them left the abandoned warehouse together with Whitebird and walked towards Nanjo Kirishiro's apartment. Although you know each other, I still want to introduce you. This is Saro Nanjo. And that is White Bird. She is my woman. Sei Ito said to Freya on the way to Saro Nanjo's apartment. I should have thought. Freya turned to look at the blushing Saro Nanjo and sighed. She then turned to look behind the three of them. White Bird, who was also blushing because of Sei Ito's words, said, "And you didn't even let White Bird go. You're such a playboy. Sister Freya." Saro Nanjo called out in a low voice with an embarrassed expression, "Master Freya." White Bird also called out in a low voice with an embarrassed expression, "Forget it. Although he's a little playboy since he lost the bet, my Hyuga Hall will accept him." Freya said in a decisive tone, "Bo, not bad. This is the woman I want. Hyuga Hall wants her." Hearing Freya's words, Sei Ito immediately kissed Freya's cheek with a smile and laughed. "Humph." Freya raised her head slightly and snorted. "Right, I have something to ask you." Freya then turned to look at Sei Ito and said, "What?" Sei Ito looked at Freya strangely. "Previously, at the side of XXX River, when we, the 8-fist magnates, were trying to stop you, why did you suddenly disappear?" Freya stared at Sei Ito with a serious expression and said, "What kind of disappearance?" Saro Nanjo looked at Freya and Sei Ito in confusion and asked. But at this time, neither Sei Ito nor Freya paid attention to Saro Nanjo's question. "Do you want to know?" Sei Ito looked at Freya with a light smile. "Yes." Freya nodded and confirmed. "Well, when we return to Saro Nanjo's apartment, I'll tell you." Sei Ito turned to look at the end of the street. He said softly, "Of course, it also includes you, Saro Nanjo and White Bird." As if someone wants to know. Saro Nanjo turned his head to the side and muttered softly. Just like that. Under the strange gazes of the passers-by, Sei Ito, Saro Nanjo, Freya and White Bird finally returned to Saro Nanjo's rented apartment. "Are you all ready?" In the apartment, Sei Ito looked at Saro Nanjo, Freya and White Bird, who were standing beside him and in front of him, and asked in a serious tone. "We're ready," Freya replied. Saro Nanjo and White Bird also nodded in confirmation. "Well then, I'll now bring you all to witness the truth of the other side of this world," Sei Ito said in a deep voice. Then, with a thought, he brought Saro Nanjo, Freya and White Bird into the Rubik's Cube world, in the ecological city located in the southern plains. "This place is..." Freya, whose expression did not change much from the beginning, looked at the surrounding buildings and people, and asked in a low voice, "Where is this place? Weren't we in the apartment just now? Why are we here?" Saro Nanjo, whose emotions were much more vivid than Freya, asked repeatedly. Among the three, only White Bird immediately tensed up all the muscles in her body. She looked around cautiously and did not ask any questions. "This is my world." Sei Ito opened his arms and said to the three of them with a strange smile on his face, "Your world." Freya retracted her gaze when she heard that. Saro Nanjo and White Bird looked at Sei Ito and asked with a frown, "Yes, my world is different from the other world we were in just now where you were born and lived," Sei Ito explained. "Here, I can do anything I want, like this." At this point, Freya, Nanjo Carissima, and White Bird felt their vision change. They were separated from the bustling crowd and appeared in the boundless sky. "Look under your feet." Sei Ito pointed downwards and reminded the three of them. Freya, Saro Nanjo and White Bird looked down following Sei Ito's finger. A huge city and the bustling crowd in the city immediately entered their eyes. It was a huge shock to them. "Are we floating in the air?" Saro Nanjo asked with a trembling voice. "Yes." Sei Ito reached out and hugged Saro Nanjo, letting her back lean against his chest. He put his hands on her abdomen and lightly sniffed the faint fragrance of Saro Nanjo's body. "Then the last time you suddenly disappeared, was it because you entered this world?" Freya quickly recovered from her initial shock and asked Ito-sei. She was more composed than the rest and quickly recovered from her initial shock. No, at that time I didn't have this world yet. I used a special method to go to another world. Ito turned to look at Freya and explained with a smile. Another world? Freya quickly grasped the main point of Ito's words and asked with a frown. Yes, you must know that this world is not just the world you live in. There are countless different kinds of worlds, Ito said with a faint voice. Some worlds are like the world you live in, a peaceful modern world. But some worlds are different. It is a world full of war and slaughter. There are also worlds with advanced technology, magical magic, superb martial arts and martial arts. In short, there is nothing you can't think of that doesn't exist. Are they like the worlds in the manga? As a girl who usually either played games or read manga, Saro Nanjo immediately found an accurate example and asked. Yes. Ito nodded and confirmed. But compared to the rigidity of the manga, the people in those worlds are alive. They have all kinds of intelligence and personalities. You can't compare them to some of the situations in the manga. Have you been to all of those worlds? Freya asked again. I have been to some of them. Ito nodded and answered. In other words, you can freely travel between the worlds, right? Freya was indeed an outstanding woman who could enter a women's university in the future. She easily grasped the core of the problem and asked Ito. That's right. Ito did not hide and admitted straightforwardly. You can also bring people with you when you leave, right? Freya lowered her head to look at the crowd in the city below and asked softly. Yes. Ito confirmed. Are you going to bring us with you now? Freya raised her head to look at Ito again and asked with a serious face. You are all my women. Naturally, you have to come with me, Ito said with a matter-of-fact look, then pulled out a finger and pointed at the city below. If you are worried about the problem of the Koga Kanuryu, I can bring your dojo, your grandfather, and your father here and settle them down in the city below to continue spreading the martial arts of your Koga Kanuryu. You should know that in the city below, everyone is practicing martial arts. Ito retracted his hand and placed it on Saro Nanjo's abdomen again and chuckled. Everyone is practicing martial arts? Freya, Saro Nanjo, and Haori all said in surprise. Yes, I will bring you there to see it now. Ito smiled and then with a thought, he brought Freya, Saro Nanjo, and Haori back to the city below and took them to see the living conditions in the city. Chapter 643. What do you think? The life in this city is what you want, right? None. In a private room in a Chinese restaurant, Ito said to Freya, Nanjo Carissima, and White Bird. Freya, Nanjo Carissima, and White Bird did not say anything, but the expressions on their faces clearly expressed their emotions. Seeing this, Ito Senari didn't say anything. He smiled and greeted the three of them to eat. Are you going to take us away now? During the meal, Nanjo Carissima raised his head and looked at Ito with a hesitant expression. Of course not. Ito Mori shook his head with a smile and said, Let's not talk about the fact that you haven't said goodbye to your family yet. Even I have something to do in that world. I can't leave right away. What are you going to do? Compared to Freya, who was quiet and could control her curiosity well, and White Bird, who did everything without asking, Nanjo Carissima seemed to be unable to hold back his words. After listening to Ito's explanation, he asked curiously. Hearing Nanjo Carissima's question, Freya and White Bird raised their heads and looked at Ito, listening to his answer. During the tour of the city, did you notice any problems? Ito smiled when he saw the three of them looking at him. He did not immediately answer Nanjo Carissima's question, but took the initiative to ask. Problems? Nanjo Carissima repeated with a frown, not understanding. There are no masters. No, it should be said that there are no martial arts masters. Freya suddenly said after a moment of silence. That's right. Itomori looked at Freya with a face full of praise and then explained, if we exclude the nearly 140,000 students and staff in the Academy City, the population of the entire city is about 450,000. But these 450,000 people only have a little more than 40 martial arts teachers. The disparity of almost 10,000, one between teachers and students, is too great, and it completely affects the martial arts training progress of the city's residents. Naturally, it also delays the production of martial arts masters and the increase of new teachers. Since the internal cause is insufficient, then I can only use external forces, and the best way is to bring ready-made martial arts masters here, as a catalyst to accelerate the changes here. Seito shrugged and said calmly, "But is it so easy to find martial arts masters?" Freya asked with a face of doubt. "Of course it's not easy, but the situation now is different." Seito smiled. "Your world is currently in a turbulent period of great changes. A large number of martial arts masters will appear in front of you. This is my opportunity. Are you saying that our world is about to undergo a great change?" Freya furrowed her brows as she asked. If it was before entering the Rubik's Cube world. If Seito said that, Freya would only think that he was joking. She would not take these words to heart, but after entering the Rubik's Cube world and seeing all kinds of magical things here, she no longer dared to treat some of the things that Seito said as a joke. She believed that Seito must have his reasons for saying that. Yes, it is enough to affect the entire world. Seito nodded and admitted. Then, he changed the topic and comforted Freya, Nanjo Karissima, and White Bird, who looked worried. "Don't worry, if I use the right method, I might be able to eliminate the great changes in your world." Phew! Hearing Seito's words, Freya, Nanjo Karissima, and Haori breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and slightly relaxed. At this time, in their understanding, Seito, who had a world, was basically a heaven-defying existence. If he said that it could be eliminated, then it could be eliminated. If even Seito could not eliminate it, then it was useless for them to worry. However, for your own safety, I will train you during the time that we stay in that world. You will undergo intensive training in order to obtain a certain degree of self-protection. Itose continued. Then he winked at Nanjo Karissima and Haori and laughed. Of course, medicinal baths are indispensable. Hearing Seito mention medicinal baths again, Nanjo Karissima and Haori's cheeks turned red, and they looked flustered as they buried their heads in the food in front of them. What medicinal baths? Freya looked curiously at Seito, Nanjo Karissima, and Haori. You'll know later. Seito smiled mysteriously. Seeing this, Freya did not say anything else. She also buried her head in the food in front of her. More than half an hour later, the four of them finished their lunch. Little Yao, didn't you want to know what medicinal baths are? I'll show you now. Seito, who was walking out of the Chinese restaurant after paying the bill, turned his head to look at Freya and laugh. Then with a thought, he brought Freya, Nanjo Karissima, and Haori to the northern part of the central area, the villa that was used to store the Black Sphere. You guys rest here first. I'll go back to Nanjo Karissima's apartment to get the herbs, Seito said to Freya and the other two who were curiously looking at the villa. After he finished speaking, he instantly disappeared in front of the three of them and appeared in the world of the strongest disciple in history, in Nanjo Karissima's apartment. Then Seito went straight to the storeroom full of herbs, opened up the Rubik's Cube world, and stored all the herbs in the room into the Rubik's Cube world. Then with a flash, he appeared in the villa where Freya and the other two were. You guys continue chatting, I'll go prepare the herbs. Seito, who appeared again, greeted Freya and the other two, turned around and went to the empty room where the Black Sphere was, took the herbs, and started preparing them. Compared to the trouble in Nanjo Karissima's apartment, making medicine in the Rubik's Cube world was simple. In 10 minutes, all the herbs were prepared, and all that was left was to mix them into water to make a medicinal soup. Click. With a soft sound, Seito, who had finished preparing the herbs, reappeared in the living room. Seeing Seito reappear, Freya, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately blushed. She quickly retracted her gaze from Seito and sat upright to watch the television. Seeing this, how could Ito-sei not understand? It was obvious that when he was preparing the medicinal ingredients for the medicinal bath, either Nanjo Nora or Shiratori had told Freya about the so-called medicinal bath. Otherwise, her expression would not be like this. Got it? Seito chuckled when he saw this, and slowly walked behind Freya. He leaned over and whispered into Freya's ear softly. Yes. Freya, whose ears were stimulated, shrank back and replied with a mosquito-like voice. It's good that you know. I'm looking forward to seeing your naked body, little Yao. Seito stuck out his tongue and licked Freya's earlobe, chuckling softly. Then he straightened up and walked to the bathroom with a smile on his face. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Yo-yo. Chapter 644. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Cloud Ice, and Always Late for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to Nickfinney, 157747860, and NXCX for their tip. Alright, little Yao, come in. 10 minutes later, Seito walked out of the bathroom and called out to Freya, who was watching the television absent-mindedly. Ah? Freya, who instinctively turned to look at Seito, was stunned for a moment before her face turned red. She lowered her head and replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito. She stood up from the sofa and took small steps to the bathroom. Even though she walked slowly, the distance between the living room and the bathroom was not long. Even if she took her time, she still reached the bathroom door after a few minutes. Don't think too much. Since we're already here, I won't leave you behind. Leave everything to me. Seito held Freya's hand and led her into the bathroom as he spoke gently to her. Okay. Freya took a deep breath and nodded when she heard Seito's words. She then calmed down and gently pulled her hand out of Seito's grasp. She took off her orange jacket and folded it before placing it in a bamboo basket that was specially used to store clothes. She then took off her other clothes without hesitation. Soon, a naked Freya appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Her breasts were voluptuous, her body was round, her buttocks were perky, her legs were straight and full of movement. Her abdomen was faintly showing signs of muscles. So beautiful! Ito-sei's expression was full of appreciation as he whispered in admiration. Freya's face turned red when she heard the praise. She subconsciously spread her hands apart, one of them covering her breasts and the other covering her lower body. She turned her head to the side, not daring to meet Seito's gaze. Little Yao, you should have learned how to use ki by now. Seito smiled and reached out to grab Freya's arms that were covering her breasts. He asked softly as he gently pushed them away from Freya's body. Why yes. Ben did not resist too much. She allowed Seito to take her arms away and expose her body to Seito's eyes. She answered in a slightly hurried tone. Then you have to be careful when you soak in the medicinal bath later. The medicinal bath will greatly stimulate the activity of the qi in your body. If you can endure the external stimulation of the medicinal bath during the process, you will be able to withstand the external stimulation. If you can resist the external qi's resistance, you will be able to achieve the release of qi in the process, understand? Seito used his left hand as he gently kneaded Freya's breasts with his left hand. He said softly as he looked at Freya's blushing face. I've got it. Freya said while panting slightly. Alright, then go in. Ito-sei's left hand slowly moved down Freya's almost perfect waist until it finally left her body. He said softly, Don't worry. Alright. Freya let out a sigh of relief when she sensed Ito Seiji's strange hand leaving her body and replied in a low voice. She then walked slowly to the bathtub filled with pale blue medicinal liquid and stepped into the bathtub. She slowly sat down. Splash, as Freya entered the bathtub, the medicinal liquid that was almost overflowing immediately gushed out of the bathtub and fell onto the ceramic floor like a small waterfall, producing a crisp sound. There are two types of ki in your world. Seito lowered his body and sat at the edge of the bathtub after Freya's entire body was submerged in the medicinal liquid. He reached out his hands to support Freya's slightly raised head and explained softly. The first type is the calm ki that condenses ki in the body and explodes it in the body. The other type is the ki of motion that explodes ki outside the body through emotional fluctuations. From your personality and the way you use your martial arts, you should belong to the calm ki type. Calm ki, huh? Freya repeated softly. Yes. Seito's thumbs gently stroked Freya's cheeks as he said. People who have the calm ki are the type that can calmly deal with any danger they encounter. They will carefully observe and calmly calculate during battle to find a way to defeat their enemy. People who have the ki of motion are different, because their ki's activity is generated through emotional fluctuations. They cannot calmly observe and analyze like people who have the calm ki, so they are the type that the more agitated they are, the stronger their martial arts. For example, G. Saras is a martial artist who has the ki of motion. Right, do you know about the air suppression circle? Seito suddenly asked. I do. Freya moved her head slightly and confirmed. Looks like it's good to have a Grandmaster level grandpa. You can basically learn the basics, unlike Taro-ji, who only knows a little about the basics of martial arts. It's unreasonable. Ito-sei, who had gotten the answer, laughed. He then changed the topic and explained. Since you know about the air suppression circle, then it's easier to explain. The air suppression circle is a common technique used by martial artists who have the ki of motion. Its extreme is the flowing water suppression circle that your Twilight of the Gods is current target, by Binjieni, the elder of the Liangshan Lake, the Fonlin Temple's Falcon Man, has mastered. Liangshan Lake? Flowing water suppression circle? Freya repeated with a puzzled expression. You don't need to know what Liangshan Lake is for now. When the time comes, you will naturally come into contact with them. Seito lowered his head and looked at Freya with a smile. As for the flowing water suppression circle, I'm only telling you about its existence. When you can fully master your own air suppression circle, I will teach you how to use it. Although I don't know the specific details of the airflow circle, it's still possible to find an effective cultivation method from the manga and the reverse inference of the effect of the airflow circle. Ito-sei added mentally. To be honest, the air suppression circle is not only a martial artist who has the ki of motion, but also a martial artist who has the ki of motion. It's just that they can't observe their opponents calmly like a martial artist who has the ki of motion, and take the initiative to activate the air suppression circle. Instead, they use the fluctuations of ki to sense their opponent's movements, and activate the air suppression circle. Seito continued to explain. Is that so? Freya said with a look of realization. Alright, it's about time. The potion should have entered your body through your pores, feel it carefully. Seito lowered his head to look at Freya's body in the potion and reminded her. Freya moved her head, closed her eyes and focused all her attention on her body, and carefully felt the ki's movements. The moment Freya focused her mind and began to feel it, a numbing and itchy feeling suddenly appeared on her body, and increased at an extremely fast speed. It did not take long for it to reach the limit of Freya's endurance, and forced her out of her ki of stillness. The moment she left her ki of stillness, Freya unconsciously let out a muffled groan from her throat. She then frowned, and once again resisted the itchy feeling in her body. Using the special breathing technique taught by her master, her grandpa, who was comparable to the masters of Liangshan Lake, she once again suppressed her key of stillness, and attempted to enter key of stillness again. However, Freya's training was not perfect, and using the special breathing technique to enter key of stillness required too much time. This caused Freya to not be able to enter key of stillness before waves of intense stimulation once again broke through her key of stillness, disrupting her breathing rhythm, and wasting all her previous preparations. Ugh! After breaking through her key of stillness for the umpteenth time and disrupting her breathing rhythm, Freya's body suddenly stretched out, and her lips opened slightly as she let out an extremely suppressed groan. Splash, splash! As Freya's body moved about, another wave of water gushed out from the edge of the bathtub, and fell to the ground like a small waterfall, producing a crisp sound. However, Freya's tenacity was not ordinary. Even though her key of stillness and breathing rhythm were disrupted countless times by the medicinal liquid, she did not give up. As long as she was slightly prepared, she would force her key of stillness and enter key of stillness. Under such efforts, the color of the medicinal liquid gradually faded, and when the medicinal bath was about to end, Freya finally entered key of stillness for the first time under the torment of pain. Immediately, Freya's furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and her breathing gradually calmed down. The pain on her face also completely disappeared, and she looked peaceful. At this moment, a strange key of stillness gradually appeared on Freya's body. As expected of someone with outstanding talent and perseverance, to be able to sense key in such a short time. I believe that after a few more medicinal baths, she will be able to completely grasp the flow of key, and complete the key of stillness that all warriors dream of. Ito praised in his heart as he quietly felt the key of stillness from Freya's body. Just like that, the noisy bathroom once again returned to its peaceful state, with only two faint breathing sounds echoing in the quiet bathroom. "Alright, Lilyao, you can come out now." After a moment, when the medicinal liquid had completely returned to its clear state, Ito called out softly with a smile. "Is it done?" Hearing the call, Freya immediately came out of the silent state brought by the special breathing technique. She slowly opened her eyes and said to Itose, "Yes, come out." Ito let go of his hands that were supporting Freya's head and stood up from the edge of the bathtub, looking at Freya who was sitting up. He then chuckled. "You are now much stronger than Saro-ji and Bai Niao. You must know that when they finished their first medicinal bath, they did not even have the strength to move their hands, let alone stand up from the bathtub by themselves. In the end, I had to help them wash their bodies and carry them back to the bedroom. Of course, if you want to experience the same treatment as them, I don't mind." Ito then winked at Freya and teased her. Chapter 645. No, there's no need. Freya's face reddened as she rejected him softly. "Alright then, I'll wait for a chance in the future. I'll help you bathe then." Ito spread his arms in front of him and shrugged his shoulders as he spoke with a nonchalant expression. Splash! The sound of running water rang out like a torrential downpour. Freya had already stood up from the bathtub and was holding a portable showerhead in her hands as she showered her body. As Freya rinsed herself, Freya's delicate body was fully displayed in front of Ito, causing Ito's appetite to rise. "Little Yao, you're tempting me to commit a crime." Ito walked lightly to the bathtub and reached out to touch the skin on Freya's back. His voice was full of admiration as he spoke softly. Freya's face reddened when she heard Ito's words. She hurriedly turned off the shower head and walked out of the bathtub. Can you leave for a while?" Freya was a little afraid that Ito would do her right there and then. She grabbed a white towel from the side and covered her chest with it. She looked at Ito with a red face and begged him. "It's already like this, a little more time won't make a difference. You can dry yourself in front of me." Ito shook his head with an amused expression and chuckled. "Alright then." Seeing that Ito had no intention of leaving, Freya gave up on covering herself and wiped her body with the towel. Soon, Freya dried herself and put away the towel. She took her underwear from the bamboo basket and slowly put them on in front of Seito. When you go back tonight, tell your family that you, G. Saros, and White Bird will be here for my training for the next few days. Just as Freya was about to put on the dark orange jacket, Ito-sei, who had appeared behind her, stopped her from doing so. His other hand reached under Freya's armpit to the front of her body and slid into the bottom of her dark blue sports singlet, grabbing her ample breast. As he needed, he said, "Let's try to have you complete the release of your chi before the holidays end." "I got it." Freya took a deep breath as her chest was attacked. She replied softly, "Little Yao, your true chi is amazing. I can't take my hands off it." After a moment, Seito pulled his hand out of Freya's singlet. He sniffed lightly at Freya's body, which was mixed with a faint medicinal fragrance, and said with an intoxicated expression. He grabbed the dark orange jacket and led the blushing Freya out of the bathroom. Back to the living room. "White Bird, when you go home tonight, pack your things and bring them back to G. Saros's apartment tomorrow morning. I'll bring you here for training." Ito-sei casually placed Freya's dark orange jacket on the back of the sofa and pulled Freya to sit on the sofa. He looked at White Bird, who was sitting with Nanjo Kazara, and said, "Okay." White Bird nodded and agreed. She had basically agreed that she was one of Seito's people. As for Nanjo Nora, he was renting an apartment by himself and did not have a good relationship with his family. He was almost completely free. There was no such thing as notification, and he could go wherever he wanted. Seito and the other three rested in the villa for a while before leaving the Rubik's Cube world and returning to Nanjo Nora's apartment in the strongest world in history. Back in the apartment, Seito, who had sent Freya and White Bird to the door, suddenly reached out and pulled both of them into his arms. He leaned forward and kissed the lips of the unsuspecting Freya. White Bird, who was watching a man and a woman kissing at such a close distance, immediately blushed. She quickly turned her head to the side and pretended to be embarrassed to watch. However, she could not stop her gaze from drifting over from time to time. "See you tomorrow, little Yao." Seito let go of Freya, who was slightly intoxicated and panting slightly, and said with a smile, "Okay." Freya replied softly. However, Seito did not let go of Freya's waist. Instead, he turned his head and kissed White Bird's lips, allowing Freya to watch a man and woman kiss at such a close distance. White Bird, who was suddenly attacked, instinctively let out a low moan. She then closed her eyes and enjoyed the kiss with a red face. "See you tomorrow, White Bird." After a moment, he also let go of White Bird, whose face was red, body weak, and panting slightly, and said softly with a smile. Seito then let go of White Bird and Freya's waist. He leaned forward and opened the door of the apartment. He sent the two of them out with a smile on his face. Bang! After Freya and White Bird's figures had completely disappeared around the corner of the apartment's stairs, Seito returned to the apartment and closed the anti-theft door. Jealous? Passing through the entrance and returning to the narrow living room, Ito-sei asked with a chuckle as he sat on the sofa and reached out to hug Nanjo Nora, who was holding the remote control and randomly changing channels with a displeased expression. Who's jealous? Saro Nanjo's cheeks turned red when she heard that, and she retorted with a flustered expression. Yes, you're not jealous. I misunderstood. Looking at Saro Nanjo's very manic and tsundere appearance, Seito reached out and pulled Saro Nanjo's body into his arms, and laughed while hugging her. Then, without waiting for Saro Nanjo's reaction, he lowered his head and kissed her lip. Saro Nanjo, who subconsciously resisted the sudden attack on her territory, let out a soft moan from her throat. However, it was immediately annihilated by Seito's attack. With a slightly panicked expression, she allowed Seito to attack and wander around her territory. "My dear, you're so cute." After a short while, Seito let go of Saro Nanjo. He lowered his head and looked at Saro Nanjo's flushed face and laughed. With the comfort of this kiss, Saro Nanjo no longer threw a tantrum. She allowed Seito to hug her in his arms, and watched a TV program with Seito out of boredom. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the morning that the two went to the bathroom to wash up, and then returned to the bedroom to rest. However, this time, Seito didn't return to the utility room that had been vacated. Instead, he went straight to Saro Nanjo's bedroom, and under her startled cries, he crawled into Saro Nanjo's bed. "Get down quickly." In the dark room, Saro Nanjo's arms were pressed against Seito's chest, and she said in a low voice with a slightly panicked expression, "Why do I have to get down?" Seito reached out and grabbed Saro Nanjo's palm that was pressed against his chest, and moved it behind him. His body leaned against Saro Nanjo's body, and he stared into her eyes and chuckled. Then, without waiting for Saro Nanjo to speak, he retracted his arm that had been used and placed it on Saro Nanjo's body again. He hugged her body and pulled her into his arms and said softly, "Other than the last step, we have already done everything that needs to be done. What are you still afraid of?" "But..." Saro Nanjo opened her mouth to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Seito's words. "There are no buts. You can't escape anymore." Then, Seito chuckled and kissed Saro Nanjo's forehead and said, "And it's not just you, Freya, Haori, and the others can't escape either. And I won't let go of you, so let go of the worries and hesitation in your heart, and be at ease as I, Seito's woman." Hearing Seito's slightly overbearing words, Saro Nanjo's breathing stopped, and then she no longer resisted Seito's bed, and quieted down. "This is my dear Saro Nanjo." Noticing Saro Nanjo's change, Seito smiled, and hugged Saro Nanjo tightly in his arms, and said softly, "Alright, go to sleep. You still have to train tomorrow." Seito's palm gently stroked Saro Nanjo's back, and said softly with his eyes closed. Saro Nanjo responded softly, and closed her eyes to rest. The next night was silent, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. "Good morning, my dear," Seito smiled as he lowered his head to greet Saro Nanjo, whose eyelids were trembling in his arms. "You bastard, quickly take your hand away." Saro Nanjo opened her eyes, and glared at Seito with a face full of shame and anger. What's wrong with that? We're already a family, and you're still shy." Ito-sei moved his hand away from Nanjo Kira's chest, which seemed to be buried in a small head, and teased with a playful face. "Humph." Saro Nanjo surprisingly did not refute Seito's words of family, but directly sat up from the bed with a light snort. "I want to change my clothes, you go out first." Saro Nanjo turned her head to look at Seito, who was still lying on the bed, and said, "No, I want to watch you change." Seito blinked and chuckled. "You bastard!" Saro Nanjo growled. "You should hurry up and change your clothes. Who knows when Shiratori and Freya will come over? You don't want them to see you in such a sorry state." Seito laughed. "Humph." Saro Nanjo's expression froze, and stood up from the bed with a cold snort. She jumped off the bed from the end of the bed, and walked to the wardrobe to choose her own clothes to change into. Although the clothes Nanjo Kirasaros chose were still one of the red short-sleeved t-shirts and single-legged jeans from the wardrobe, there was nothing to admire. However, the way Nanjo Kirasaros changed his clothes still had a unique style. When Saro Nanjo finished changing her clothes, Seito also lifted the blanket and sat up from the bed, picked up the clothes that were thrown aside, and put them on. Then, he walked out of the bedroom and went to the bathroom to wash up. Ding dong ding dong. Not long after Seito and Saro Nanjo finished washing up, a crisp sound of the doorbell suddenly rang in the room, attracting the attention of both of them. Chapter 646. P.S. Thanks to Cute Girl is Ignorant for her high reward. From today until the end of the holiday, we will live here and do martial arts training around the clock. Standing in a very Japanese-style wooden building, Seito said to Nanjo Karissima, Freya, and Hakutori in front of him, "Now put down your things, I will take you to familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment." Then Seito changed the topic and said again. The three who received the instructions were very straightforward. They directly threw the small luggage in their hands on the ground and followed Seito out of the wooden building they were currently in and came outside. This is... Looking at the surrounding large buildings that were obviously close to the traditional style of architecture, and the bustling pedestrians on the street who were obviously dressed differently from the crowd in the city they were in before, Freya asked with a puzzled expression. "This is a ninja village, a town that is different from the city you visited before. It is a place that specializes in training ninjas." Hearing the question, Seito answered in a low voice. "Ninja?" Nanjo Karissima exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, ninja." Seito nodded in confirmation, then turned around and said, "Come with me." Freya, Nanjo Karissima, and Hakutori looked at each other, then quickly followed Seito's footsteps and walked into the distance. A moment later, a group of 4 people came to a relatively empty flat ground. More than a dozen boys and girls, who were holding kunai and practicing taijutsu combat, instantly came into their sight. Their techniques are so fierce, all of them are attacking the vital parts of the body. As the most solid martial arts foundation of the 3 girls, Freya, who had the best eyesight, quickly found the core of their taijutsu from the training of these boys and girls, and said in a low voice with a frown, "Because the world they originally lived in is a war-torn world, killing people is as common as eating and drinking water in our daily life, and ninjas, as the conventional military force of that world, are bloody existences similar to killing machines. So in order to survive better in the battle between ninjas and make themselves live longer, they are willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of survival. The art of killing is something that has to be practiced from a young age and is imprinted in one's bones," Seito explained calmly. Following his explanation, a chilling feeling slowly rose from the bottom of Freya, Nanjo Karissima, and White Niao's hearts. In the blink of an eye, it spread to their entire bodies, causing them to subconsciously shiver. "I want it. If you live in a world where you can die at any time, what can your so-called kamikaze unkillable do?" Itose turned to look at Freya and said softly. Without waiting for Freya's reply, he turned his gaze back to the youths who were training hard. Freya, whose heart was stirred by Seito's casual question, was no longer in the mood to watch the training in front of her. She lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Clap, clap, clap. After a while, Seito suddenly reached out and clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the youths who were training on the field. "My lord," after seeing Seito, all the youths immediately bowed their heads and greeted respectfully. Seito nodded with an indifferent expression, returning the greeting of the youths, and then reached out his hand to choose among the youths. You, and you, the 5 of you, come out." Seito pointed at the 5 youths and said, "Yes, my lord." The 5 youths who were selected were delighted and immediately responded loudly. Then they quickly walked out from the crowd and came in front of Seito. "You all continue your training," Seito said to the remaining youths. "Yes, my lord." The youths replied and rearranged their opponents. They returned to the training field and began to fight. "Let's go," Seito said to the 5 youths in front of him, as well as Freya, Nanjo Kirisaros, and Hakutori beside him, and then turned around and led them away from the current selection field and to another place. A few minutes later, the group of 9, including Seito, came to another unused training field in the Genin village and stopped. The content of this training is very simple. It's actual combat. Seito's gaze swept over the 5 youths, Freya, Nanjo Kirisaros, and Hakutori one by one and said, "For the first round, I want you to go first." Then Seito's gaze fell back on Freya and said, "Okay." Freya nodded and agreed. "You'll be the opponent, but in order to be as close to actual combat as possible, I'll allow you to use the Trijitsu during the battle." Seito's gaze first swept over the 5 youths. Then he selected one of them and said, "Yes, my lord." The girl replied, "Go." Seito said. Immediately, as the 2 sides of the battle, Freya and the ninja girl walked into the open space in the training field, facing each other at a certain distance, and stopped in their tracks, and stood facing each other. "Begin." Seeing that the 2 were ready, Seito announced loudly. As soon as his voice fell, the ninja girl lowered her body and quickly rushed in front of Freya. As for the ninja girl's taijutsu, Freya more or less had some idea in her heart when she observed the youth's training, so she immediately struck with her staff and stabbed towards the ninja girl. The ninja girl moved her body and immediately dodged the attack of the staff, and rushed along the inside of the staff towards Freya at high speed. Even though Freya's attack missed and the ninja was closing in on her, she did not panic. She immediately swung her left leg backwards, and her body turned with her waist, and her arm swung the staff, sweeping it towards the ninja girl from behind. At this time, the ninja girl's feet paused, and her body quickly crouched down, narrowly dodging the staff's sweep. Then she stood up again and rushed in front of Freya, swinging her fist towards Freya's face. Freya saw this and quickly raised her staff, using the body of the staff to block the ninja girl's fist. Bam! A muffled sound rang out from the point of contact between the fist and the flexible wooden staff. The ninja girl did not stop even after her fist was blocked, and directly raised her right leg to kick Freya's temple. Freya immediately shifted her body and moved her leg, using a combination of buckling and swinging step. She sidestepped the ninja girl's kick and came to the ninja girl's side. She extended her leg and kicked the ninja girl's hamstring, causing her to fall to the ground. However, a ninja's taijutsu had always been unconventional, so the moment the ninja girl was about to fall, she immediately used one hand to support herself on the ground, and kicked the leg that she had not retracted back towards Freya's head. Freya saw this and retracted her staff, leaving only a small portion of the staff in her hand, and swung her fist with the staff to hit the ninja girl's leg. Bam! A muffled sound rang out, and the ninja girl's leg was retracted at a faster speed than when she kicked it, and at the same time, the ninja girl flipped and landed on the ground again. However, the ninja girl's brows were tightly furrowed, and the corners of her eyes were twitching. She looked like she was enduring the pain, and it was obvious that the attack with the staff had made her very uncomfortable. At this time, the ninja girl turned her head to look at Seito, and her expression became firm. She raised her hands in front of her and quickly formed 3 basic hand seals. After that, there was a soft boom sound, and 3 identical ninja girls appeared in front of Freya. So this is ninjutsu. Freya frowned and thought to herself as she looked at the 3 identical ninja girls. What is that? Looking at the sudden change in the field, Saros asked in surprise. The cloning jutsu of the 3 basic ninjutsu. In order to not ruin the competition with his explanation, Seito did not go into detail about the cloning jutsu's specific effects and drawback. He only told the name of the cloning jutsu to Saros and Bai Niao. At this time, the ninja girls let out a low cry and quickly rushed towards Freya from the left, middle, and right side. When they were close to Freya, one of them suddenly jumped up high, and together with the other 2 ninja girls on the ground, they attacked Freya together. Freya took a deep breath when she saw this, and suddenly twisted her hands towards the staff. The slender wooden staff immediately became 2 short sticks of the same length, and Freya held them in her left and right hands respectively. Freya then waved her hands continuously, and swung the sticks at the ninja girls who were rushing towards her from the left and right. The feeling is wrong, it's a fake. Freya raised her eyebrows as she did not feel the recoil from the stick hitting a physical object. She immediately kept one of the short sticks into the long sleeves of her dark orange jacket, and raised her arm to block the downward chop from midair. Bang! The same muffled sound as the previous 2 times rang out from the point of contact between the leg and the arm. Freya then raised her arm, and violently sent the ninja girl's body flying. When the ninja girl twisted her waist and landed on the ground again, she lowered her arm and once again grasped the stick that was hidden in her sleeve into her palm, and connected it with the short stick in her other hand to form a long stick. She lowered her body in a horse stance and pointed it at the ninja girl opposite her. I didn't expect Lil Yao's adaptability to be so good, Saito praised as he watched Freya and the ninja girl's rapid exchange of blows in just a short minute. Damn it! The ninja girl cursed when she saw that her attack did not work. Her hands once again formed hand seals in front of her, and once again created 2 clones to rush towards Freya. The clones created by this cloning jutsu are fake, which means that as long as I can find the real body, I will be able to end this battle with a single blow. But how do I differentiate between the real body and the clones? Freya frowned as she carefully observed the ninja girl attacking her from 3 directions. Asterisk whoosh 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 asterisk At this moment, 3 soft whistling sounds suddenly rang out in the arena, and 3 black figures shot towards Freya with extreme speed. Chapter 647. Despicable, to actually use a hidden weapon. Nanjo Nora shouted angrily at the side of the field. Nora, this is not despicable, but a normal occurrence in a ninja battle. Hearing Nanjo Nora's words, Saito shook his head slightly and denied. Besides, I've said before that today's training is actual combat. Since it's actual combat, then we're allowed to use all kinds of methods to obtain victory. Furthermore, Koyo already has a weapon in his hand, which in itself is a huge advantage. Are you saying that only Koyo is allowed to have a weapon in his hand, and not others? Damn it. Even though Nanjo Nora accepted Saito's explanation logically, her emotional displeasure still made her curse in a low voice. Now let's rewind time a few seconds. Clang, clang, clang. As a weapon user, Freya naturally knew how to defend against a weapon, so when the 3 shadows flew in front of her, the long staff in Freya's hand immediately spun into a circle, like a barrier that deflected the 3 shadows away. Before Freya could retract her staff, a ninja girl holding a kunai quickly rushed in front of Freya. She held the kunai's handle horizontally with one hand, and the other hand was placed on the end of the kunai's handle. She suddenly thrust the kunai towards Freya's abdomen, who was defenseless. Sister Freya, it's dangerous. Nanju Kirishima, who saw the sudden change in the situation, shouted subconsciously. At the same time, her body instinctively wanted to rush into the arena to stop the battle between Freya and the ninja girl, but her movements were immediately stopped by Itosei's outstretched hand. She could only watch the development of the situation with a face full of anxiety. At this time, Freya's body moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the kunai's thrust. At the same time, she raised and retracted her arms, using the end of the staff to sweep at the ninja girl in front of her. It's a dummy. Freya, who still did not feel the slightest bit of impact from the staff, frowned and thought to herself, "You've lost." Another ninja girl wielding a kunai appeared by Freya's side and thrust it at Freya's waist in the same manner. Even though Freya did not know if the figure was real or fake, she knew that she would not be able to hit the target. She immediately turned around and brushed past the kunai's sharp spikes to avoid the attack. At the same time, she quickly pulled back the end of her staff. He exerted force in his right arm that was holding the cudgel and thrust it towards the figure behind him. "You lost." At this moment, the same words rang out again. The last ninja girl appeared in front of Freya, her katana pointed at Freya's throat. He said with an expressionless face, "Clap, clap, clap." It was a very good match. Seeing the result of the battle between the two, Itosei clapped his hands to attract the attention of the two, and praised with a smile on his face. "My lord." The ninja girl who returned to Sei-Ito respectfully greeted him. "What's your name?" Sei-Ito looked at the girl in front of him and asked. "My lord, my name is Chiharu Koyama." Hearing Sei-Ito's question, the ninja girl's face immediately showed a hint of joy and quickly replied respectfully. "What about the rest of you?" Sei-Ito nodded. He turned to look at the other ninja girls and asked. "My lord, my name is Yoshida Tomomi. I'm Fujikawa Meiko. I'm Jino Tomo. I'm Omori Enrico." The 4 ninja girls besides Sei-Ito immediately replied with a happy face. "Tomomi, you'll be the opponent next. You'll fight against Kizara." Itose nodded and said to Yoshida Tomomi and Nanjo Noro Izaros. He had memorized the names of the 4 ninja girls. "Yes." Yoshida Tomomi answered without hesitation. "Kizara. Don't forget that this is actual combat training, so it's normal for Tomomi to use any means. So you have to be careful during the battle or else you might really lose your life." Sei-Ito turned his head to look at Nanjo Kizara and reminded him. "I got it." Nanjo Nora replied with a solemn expression. "Go." Sei-Ito nodded and said to Yoshida Tomomi and Nanjo Kizara. Afterwards, the 2 of them walked into the arena and stood at a certain distance from each other. Then, when Sei-Ito shouted "Begin," they quickly rushed towards each other and used ninjas taijutsu to fight taekwondo. In terms of the competition of taijutsu, although Nanjo Kizara was somewhat weaker than Yoshida Tomomi, he wasn't that weak. Basically, the 2 of them were evenly matched. However, Nanjo Kizara's response to weapons, especially short and small weapons like the kunai used by ninjas, was different. Flying weapons like shurikens had an inherent weakness, so when Yoshida Tomomi held a weapon in her hand, Nanjo Kizara was completely in a passive position and could only miserably dodge Yoshida Tomomi's attacks. Although Nanjo Kizara was diligent in dodging, her opponent was not comparable to Freya's Valkyrie squad, so it did not take long for her to be defeated. Yoshida Tomomi used her kunai against his neck, and he lost the battle. "Do you know where you lost?" After the 2 of them walked back, Sei-Ito looked at Nanjo Kizara, who had a slightly depressed expression, and asked. "The weakness of using bare hands against weapons." Nanjo Kizara replied. "Wrong." Sei-Ito snorted with disdain and then lectured. "You didn't lose because of the weakness of using bare hands against weapons, but you lost because of the weakness of using your heart against weapons. Your heart is instinctively afraid of coming into contact with sharp weapons, afraid of being injured. This subconscious fear directly affected the performance of your martial arts, and this is the real reason for your defeat." After listening to Sei-Ito's explanation, Nanjo Kizara could not help but ask herself if it was really like what Sei-Ito said, that she was afraid of weapons. "Meiko, you're up this time." Seeing that Nanjo Kizara was deep in thought, Sei-Ito did not disturb her, and directly turned to Fujigawa Meiko and said, "Yes, my lord." Fujigawa Meiko replied, "White Bird, it's your turn." Sei-Ito turned to look at White Bird and said. White Bird nodded and walked into the arena with Fujigawa Meiko, and stood in a confrontation position. Then, at the same time, Itose shouted "Start," and the battle began. The starting point of White Bird's martial arts was to protect Nanjo Kizara, and to use her own strength to eliminate all the existence that harassed Nanjo Kizara. Therefore, White Bird's martial arts were greatly influenced by Nanjo Kizara, as if it was carved from Nanjo Kizara's martial arts. It was just that White Bird's talent was good enough, so in some aspects, she was much stronger than Nanjo Kizara herself. In addition, for some unknown reason, compared to Nanjo Kizara, White Bird was able to suppress the innate fear of weapons in her heart. Therefore, in the battle with Fujigawa Meiko, her combat strength was not affected, and she fought with Fujigawa Meiko quite well. But still, their opponents were ninjas who belonged to the unconventional group. Before thoroughly understanding the ninjas' methods, if one was not strong to a certain extent, wanting to win in front of a ninja with strange methods was really difficult. Therefore, in the end, White Bird was defeated by Fujigawa Mako. Well done, White Bird. Seito praised White Bird with a smile on his face. White Bird, who was praised, blushed, lowered her head, and quickly walked back to Nanjo Kazara's side without saying a word. Everyone take a break, then we'll continue. Seito waved his hand, and a large blanket appeared in his hand, and spread it on the ground with psychokinesis, for him and the others to rest on. Tomo, this time you'll be Koto's opponent. After more than 10 minutes, Seito saw that the rest of them were almost done resting, and said to Tomo Amano and Freya, "Yes." Tomo Amano responded after receiving the order, and immediately stood up from the blanket, and then together with Freya, who also stood up from the blanket, walked towards the center of the training ground. Begin. When the two of them were ready, Seito opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Tomo Amano and Freya's figures moved at the same time, and began to fight in the center of the training ground. Just like that, when one failed, the other stepped up. After all three of them failed, they rested together, and then began again. Just like before, Freya, Nanjo Kazara, White Bird, and the 5 ninja girls were almost constantly fighting in the training ground. And in this kind of high-intensity battle, Freya, Nanjo Kazara, and White Bird's martial arts skills were improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Among them, Nanjo Kazara, who originally had an innate fear of weapons, gradually overcame some of his fear, and gradually normalized his combat strength when facing weapons. Freya and Nanjo Kazara are indeed important characters in the original manga. They have super strong potential in the field of top fighters. Just this kind of strange speed of improvement is amazing. Although this is only because they have accumulated enough strength, it is an inevitable result after undergoing intensive training. Once their potential is fully released, their speed will once again return to normal. Even so, this short burst of speed is still amazing. Seito, who saw the changes in Freya, Nanjo Kazara, and White Bird, sighed in his heart. Especially White Bird. I didn't expect that someone who wasn't considered an important character in the manga would have such outstanding talent. It's really surprising. Then Seito's gaze fell on White Bird, and he sighed in his heart. After a few hours of this, "Alright, let's stop here for today." Seeing that it was about time, and that everyone's stamina was almost exhausted, Seito said. He then turned to look at the 5 ninja girls who were sparring partners and said, "Go back and rest. Gather here tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning." Yes. The 5 ninja girls stood up from the blanket one after another and saluted Seito. Then, they turned around and walked out of the training ground while chatting and laughing with each other. "Let's go too." Seito, who stood up from the blanket, looked at Freya, Nanjo Kazara, and White Bird and said, Chapter 648. P.S. Thank you to 33 Layers for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Nex, Nickfanny, 157747860, and Yangbua 2001 for their tip. Ding ling 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 ling. Following the ringing of the bell, the students sitting in the classroom immediately became as noisy as criminals who had been freed from their restraint. Each of them stood up from their seats, packed their bags, and walked out of the classroom. This was already the end of the holiday. After the students had all returned to school, the scene of the end of the day's classes. "Let's not practice today. I'll take you to a place later." Seito, who had also packed his books into his bag, stood up and walked to Nanjo Kirishama's table. He lowered his head and said to Nanjo Kirishama. Nanjo Kirishama nodded and put everything into his sports bag. He stood up and followed Seito out of the classroom. Soon, the two of them left the teaching building. They walked from the side of the teaching building to the back of the school's gymnasium. At this time, Seito suddenly reached out and hugged Nanjo Kirishama's waist, and said softly, "Hold me tight." Nanjo Kirishama heard this and looked around. After confirming that no one was paying attention, He reached out his hands and hugged Sei Ito's waist with blushing cheek. He leaned his body into Sei Ito's embrace. At this time, Sei Ito, who was hugging Nanjo Kirishima, leaped to the side. Like a grasshopper, he jumped onto the roof of the storeroom next to the gymnasium. Then, he turned again and jumped onto the protruding joint between the first and second floor of the gymnasium. He stood on the cement stone that was less than a palm's width. Pay attention to the inside. Sei Ito, who was helping Nanjo Kirishima to stand up, turned around and looked into the gymnasium through the glass in front of him. At the same time, he said softly to Nanjo Kirishima beside him, "Gymnastics department?" Nanjo Kirishima, who was looking into the gymnasium according to Sei Ito's words, frowned and said, "What are you looking at them for? Pay attention to their movements, especially the movements of the girl with long blonde hair and glasses on her face," Sei Ito reminded. Dairy cow. Following Sei Ito's instructions, Nanjo Nora's gaze quickly landed on Miwa, who was currently holding onto a gymnastics belt and performing new gymnastics movements in the gymnasium. However, compared to Fenglin Temple's gymnastics movements, the two stalwart lumps on her chest attracted Nanjo Nora's gaze more. After comparing the difference between himself and the Fenglin Temple's Mei Yu, he pouted unhappily. "Oh you," Sei Ito turned his head to look at Nanjo Kira, shaking his head helplessly as he sighed. He then turned his gaze back to Mei Yu, who was doing gymnastics in the gymnasium, and said softly, "If you have the time to be envious, why don't you observe her movements before she notices you? From your tone, you seem to know her very well. Who is she?" From Sei Ito's words, Sei Ito seemed to know the other party, so Nanjo Nora asked unhappily. "Jealous?" Sei Ito glanced at Nanjo Nora and teased. Who's jealous?" As soon as his voice fell, Nanjo Nora immediately tensed up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He looked at Sei Ito with a face full of shame and anger as he retorted loudly. "If you're not jealous, why are you so agitated?" Sei Ito continued to tease. "Humph, in short, I'm not jealous." Not knowing how to refute, Nanjo Nora coldly snorted and turned his gaze back to Mei Yu as he continued to be stubborn. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled and stopped teasing Nanjo Nora's emotions. He looked at Mei Yu in the gymnasium and introduced her. "She's Mei Yu of Fenglin Temple, the granddaughter of the elder of the Liangshan Lake, where I previously cultivated. In addition, she's currently with Byakuan Kenichi, so she can be considered an enemy of your Twilight of the Gods. So she's the girl that Taichi, one of my underlings, mentioned before." After hearing the introduction, Nanjo Nora said with a look of realization, "However, the reason I brought you here this time is not to let you know her, but to let you observe her movements." Seeing that Nanjo Nora's thoughts were a little off track, Sei Ito reminded him, "I see that you're always unable to comprehend the key to the phrase, 'let yourself fly.' Since that's the case, I can only let you see with your own eyes someone who can let herself fly. I hope you can get some hints from her." Nanjo Nora frowned when he heard this, then he seriously observed Mei Yu's gymnastics movements. "Hey, what are you two doing? Come down quickly, don't you know that it's dangerous there?" But before Nanjo Nora could observe for long, a man's scolding voice suddenly entered their ears. "Not good, it's the discipline director." Nanjo Nora, whose attention was attracted by the scolding voice, was immediately shocked when he found out who the owner of the voice was. For Japanese students, especially the delinquents, the discipline director was basically a natural enemy. If they were caught by him and brought to the discipline room for further education, that kind of feeling would not be pleasant. Seeing that his observation was interrupted, Sei Ito immediately hugged Nanjo Nora's waist, jumped out of the gymnasium, quickly ran out of the discipline director's sight, and left Desolate High School by jumping over the back wall of the school. "Did you discover anything from Mei Yu's movements just now?" After leaving the school, Sei Ito withdrew his arm from Nanjo Nora's waist and asked while looking at the road ahead. Nanjo Nora lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his head again, and shook his head with a confused expression. Don't you think that her movements are very light? It seems like her body is weightless. Seito saw this and could not help but remind him. That's right, there is indeed that kind of feeling. After receiving Seito's reminder, Nanjo Nora once again recalled the scene when he was peeking at Mayu outside the gymnasium and admitted with a look of realization. Remember that feeling, then imitate it. Try your best to make your body like Mayu's. This way, you will probably be able to understand the true meaning of the phrase, let yourself fly. Seito said. I understand. Nanjo Nora nodded in response. Alright, it's about time I should go. At this moment, Seito suddenly stopped, turned around and said to Nanjo Nora, also, during the time that I'm not here, you and White Bird have to train well, don't be lazy. Got it. Nanjo Nora curled her lips. She replied with an impatient expression. Looking at Nanjo Nora's appearance, Seito chuckled and kissed her lip. He stuck out his tongue to open Nanjo Nora's teeth and tangled with the smoothness behind it. After a moment, Seito raised his head and smiled at Nanjo Nora, who was blushing. Remember to miss me. Immediately after, he activated teleport. He disappeared from Nanjo Nora's sight. You bastard, only a ghost would miss you. Seeing that Seito had disappeared, Nanjo Nora immediately turned her head to look around and found that there were no other passers-by around. She let out a sigh of relief and muttered in a low voice. Then, she raised her head and walked back to her stronghold. On the other side, Seito, who had left Nanjo Nora's side, flashed continuously. Almost every time he flashed, he would appear at another place 1 kilometer away from his previous position. After flashing continuously for a few minutes, Seito finally stopped the activation of teleport. He stood in front of a shrine's torii. It should be here, Nuku Flaming Shrine. Seito turned his head and looked at the huge boundary stone placed in front of the torei's right doorpost, as well as the words written on it. Then, he made up his mind and walked into the shrine. The overall layout of Nuku Flaming Shrine was basically the same as Seito's own shrine. It was the kind of direct layout where one would see the main hall after passing through the torii. This saved Seito the trouble of distinguishing the main hall, side hall, sacrificial hall, dojo, and so on. Therefore, after Seito confirmed the situation of the buildings, he went straight to the dojo of Nuku Flaming Shrine. There's no one here? Did he bring his disciple to challenge the dojo again? Seito thought when he saw that there was no one in the dojo. Then, Seito turned around and walked to the other houses. It seems that he really did bring his disciple to challenge the dojo. Otherwise, there should be no one in the shrine. After searching all the houses, Seito still couldn't find his target, so he returned to the dojo and sat cross-legged on the ground. Forget it. Since there's no one here, I'll just wait here. After all, this is the only place where I can find a dark person. Seito closed his eyes and made up his mind. Immediately after, he adjusted his breathing, allowing himself to enter the state of meditation required for cultivation. Then, he began to cultivate with peace of mind. And this wait made Seito wait for more than a week. The sound of breathing. Someone's coming. On this day, Itose, who was still sitting cross-legged in the dojo of the Nuku Fire Shrine as usual, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the door of the dojo as he muttered in his heart. Under his gaze, a long-haired woman who looked to be in her 30s and was about 1.7 meters tall and looked to be in her 30s was approaching the dojo with a little girl who was about 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall and looked to be around 10 years old. She was also wearing a witch's robe and looked to be in her late 20s. Just when she was about to approach the dojo, the woman suddenly stopped and let out a soft sound. Interesting. Then the woman's mouth curled up slightly, and she continued to walk at a normal speed as she whispered to herself, interesting. Soon, the woman walked into the dojo with the little girl beside her. At the same time, the little girl finally knew the reason for her master's previous pause. Her muscles tensed up, and her heart was full of vigilance as she looked at Sei Ito expressionlessly. Sit. Sei Ito's posture didn't change as he calmly looked at the woman and pointed to the ground in front of him. Seeing this, the woman's expression didn't change at all. Even her emotions didn't fluctuate in Sei Ito's perception. She quietly walked to the opposite side of Sei Ito and knelt down. Following the woman's movements, the little girl who walked in with her also tactfully walked to the side and knelt down not far from the woman's left side. Before we talk about business, let me introduce myself. Sei Ito looked into the woman's eyes and said softly, "This one is Sei Ito, a free warrior. The main purpose of this visit is to invite Sensei Miyumo to become my partner and help me train my people." After introducing himself, Sei Ito said straightforwardly, "Since you were able to find this place and call out my name, you should know who I am. Even so, you still have the confidence to invite me to be your partner and help you train your people. You've really impressed me." The woman named Kaneda Miyumo looked at Ito Seiji expressionlessly and said in a low voice, "However, if you want me to become your partner, just having this courage isn't enough. You must show me your strength to prove that you are qualified to work with me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you here as punishment for trespassing into my shrine." Sensei Miyumo continued. "Indeed, as one of the dark empty-handed groups, one Shadow Nine Fists, one Shadow Nine Fist, not just anyone can form a partnership with you. Therefore, this one is prepared to fight Sensei Miyumo to the death before coming here. If Sensei Miyumo doesn't mind, this one is willing to fight Sensei Miyumo to the death." Sei Ito nodded slightly and replied indifferently, "Very good awareness. Then I will fulfill your wish," Sensei Miyumo said. Sensei Miyumo didn't do anything and another Sensei Miyumo suddenly appeared behind Sei Ito. She reached out her right index finger and pointed at Sei Ito's medulla oblongata under his head. Sei Ito had a rough understanding of Sensei Miyumo's martial arts from the manga, so he didn't panic. He unleashed his aura and a figure that looked exactly like him appeared beside Sei Ito and blocked Sensei Miyumo's finger. However, as soon as the two came into contact, they both turned into illusions and disappeared on the spot. Along with Ito Sei and Tanabe Miyumo's illusions, the real bodies of Ito Sei and Tanabe Miyumo, who were originally sitting cross-legged and kneeling on the ground, respectively, also disappeared. In the next second, Ito Sei and Tanaka Miyumo, who had just disappeared, reappeared in the dojo. But unlike when they disappeared, the two people who reappeared were no longer just two people. Instead, there were several Ito Sei and Tanaka Miyumo that looked exactly the same as Ito Sei and Tanaka Miyumo. Each of them faced each other in the dojo. "I didn't expect you to be able to use your aura to such an extent at such a young age," Sensei Miyumo said. "It's nothing, it's all thanks to Sensei Miyo's help. If it weren't for your demonstration, even if I knew how these afterimages were created, I wouldn't be able to use them as freely as I do now. I would like to express my gratitude to Sensei Miyo," Ito Sei of the afterimages said. "Is that so? What a talented young man," Sensei Miyumo said as she continued to fight illusions like a game of hide and seek. "Sensei Miyumo, you're too kind. I might be talented, but I still can't compare to someone like you who can create your own martial art style." "I'm well aware of that," Sei Ito smiled. Chapter 649. Alright, that's the end of the game. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, said Tanabe Miyun. "Since Master Tanabe has invited me, I won't hold back," said Sei Ito with a smile. Then, Sei Ito sped up again and appeared in front of and behind one of Tanabe Miyun's afterimages. At the same time, he reached out his hand to slap Tanabe Miyun's body. "Not bad. Just as Seito's hand was about to land on Tanabe Myun's body, Tanabe Myun immediately turned around and grabbed Seito's hand. Her arm moved along with the force of Seito's hand and blocked Seito's leg with her leg. It was as if Seito had hit a rock and was sent flying. At this time, several Tanabe Myun's afterimages suddenly appeared around Seito and attacked Seito's vital point. When Ito Seinari saw this, he immediately unleashed the murderous aura that he had accumulated after crossing through several worlds, destroying the afterimage of Senba Meiyun that surrounded him, and facing the attack of Senba Meiyun's true body with all his strength. At this time, Seito raised his left arm and blocked Tanabe Myun's attack. At the same time, he twisted his waist in the air and kicked at Tanabe Myun's head. Ito Sei's leg swept across Tanabe Miyumo's head, dispersing the afterimage she had left behind. What a fast speed! Ito Seinari, who had landed on the ground, exclaimed in surprise. What a terrifying murderous aura! Even I, who experienced the war, didn't have such a strong murderous aura. Where did this little guy come from? How can he have such a strong murderous aura? Compared to Seito's shock at her speed, Tanabe Myun was also shocked by Seito's murderous aura. Kid, do you want to join the Idark? Tanabe Myun reappeared in the dojo and looked at Seito and said, From the murderous aura you just released, modern society can't tolerate your existence. Only the Idark is suitable for people like you and me. Sorry, I'm not interested in the Idark. Seito shook his head in response to Tanabe Myun's invitation. Then, he changed the topic. But I'm very interested in some people in the Idark. Then forget it. Tanabe Myun didn't respond to Ito Sei's words and directly gave up on the previous invitation. Ito Sei, who was choked by his own words, clicked his tongue lightly. He didn't say any more nonsense. After taking a deep breath again, he used the aura explosion technique to create several afterimages, and rushed toward Tanabe Myun, who was still standing. Seeing the attack coming, Tanabe Myun's body immediately moved to the side and several afterimages appeared in the dojo. At this time, Ito Sei's figure once again appeared in front of one of the many afterimages of Miyumo. Just like how Miyumo attacked him just now, he also pulled out several afterimages to surround Miyumo. Then he attacked Miyumo with his fists, feet, palms, and fingers. Facing the siege, Tanabe Myun didn't panic. Tanabe Myun didn't do anything. Her body was like Neza in the myth. She suddenly turned into a three-headed, six-armed monster and destroyed Seito's center of gravity. She intercepted and destroyed Seito's attack without wasting any strength. Shwa pa! Ito Sei, who was thrown out again, twisted his body and landed on the ground again. As expected of the creator of the Fenden Ryu Jutsu, her technique is simply impeccable. All of her defenses and counterattacks don't use any strength at all. It's completely in line with the ideal of the Fenden Ryu Jutsu. I'm deeply impressed. Ito Sei looked at Miyumo and praised sincerely. If that's the case, are you going to admit defeat? Tanabe Myun had been looking at Ito Sei with the same expression ever since they met. Sorry. That's not it. Ito Sei shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. I would like to see more of your sensei. Bring it on. Tanabe Myun said calmly. Ito Sei growled when he heard this. He excluded the assistance of other abilities and used only his martial arts skills and physical strength to break out the highest speed that he could. Combined with the technique of creating afterimages that he had learned from Miyumo Tanaka, he attacked Miyumo Tanaka using the technique of concealing the real and the fake. At this moment, several figures of Seito appeared with Seito as the origin. They suddenly split up, and then rushed straight, or curved, or jumped high, or slid low, or appeared in front of Miyumo Tanaka in an instant. They used their legs, palms, kicks, and elbows to attack Tanabe Myun's vital point. Tanabe Myun's reaction was the same. She stood still and suddenly turned into a monster with 4 heads, 8 arms, and 8 legs. Her back was connected and her 8 eyes were looking around. Her 8 arms were moving at the same time to counter Sei Ito's attack. At this moment, when Tanabe-myun's palm was about to meet Sei Ito's fist, Sei Ito suddenly sneered and used his aura to extend the attack to confuse Tanabe-myun's aura. Then he followed up with a punch towards Tanabe-myun's abdomen. But a crisp sound was heard. Sei Ito's afterimages that filled the dojo slowly disappeared. Then Tanabe-myun, who blocked Sei Ito's fist with her left hand, and Sei Ito, whose fist was caught, appeared in the dojo. Not bad. First, you used an afterimage to confuse me. Then, you moved your real body into the afterimage. Then, you used your momentum to create a fake attack to confuse my judgment of this punch. Then, you used the real punch to attack. It's rare for a teenager to be able to do this at this age. Tanabe-myun looked down at Ito-sei, who was still in his advanced punch posture, and said softly, "Even so, you still saw through it in the end, didn't you?" Sei Ito looked up at Tanabe-myun and said softly. Tanabe-myun didn't say anything. She just looked at Sei Ito quietly. Ito-sei withdrew his gaze and lowered his head. He suddenly let out a chuckle. Then, Tanabe-myumo frowned slightly. The fist that was grabbed by Tanabe-myumo suddenly rushed forward and pushed Tanabe-myumo's palm to her abdomen. Bang! At this moment there was a sudden explosion. A thin and long chi suddenly rushed out from Tanabe-myun's back and blew apart her robe and pants, revealing her white and smooth skin. Ahem! Even though Tanabe-myun didn't move after receiving this attack, her frown and the muffled groan from her throat told the little girl beside her that her master Tanabe-myun was injured. "What kind of kung fu is this?" Tanabe-myun asked Sei Ito. "Dragon-shaped chi art, needle forging technique." Sei Ito pulled back his fist and looked at Tanabe-myun. "Good kung fu. You are the first person in so many years to injure me in a head-on fight, and to injure me this badly. You are not bad. Master Tanabe, you flatter me." Sei Ito smiled calmly. "As a reward for injuring me, I will let you experience the essence of Tanabe Jutsu." Tanabe-myun looked at Sei Ito expressionlessly and continued. "Are you finally getting serious?" Sei Ito said softly. Tanabe-myun didn't say anything. Instead, she used her actions to answer Sei Ito's question. Tanaka-myun was like an uninjured person, bursting out with an unprecedented super-high speed, leaving behind a series of absolutely real afterimages. She continuously attacked the vital parts of Ito-sei's body, either by poking, slapping, clawing, or stabbing. Sei Ito frowned as he reached out to block one of Tanabe-myun's attacks. He released his killing intent again to destroy the afterimages Tanabe-myun had created. However, compared to the afterimage that Miyumo Tanaka had carelessly created, this afterimage was much sturdier. Under the surging killing intent, it didn't show any signs of dissipating apart from a slight tremble. When Sei Ito paused for less than a second after releasing his killing intent, Tanabe-myun's true body suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito and pointed at Sei Ito's forehead. Sei Ito's eyes flashed when he saw this. He leaned his upper body back to dodge the finger while reaching out to grab Tanabe-myun's arm. However, just as Sei Ito was about to grab Tanabe-myun's arm, he felt a force pulling him backward. Sei Ito's center of gravity was even more unstable when a leg reached out just as he was about to stabilize his center of gravity. However, this wasn't the end. A pair of slender, white fingers suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito and stabbed at Sei Ito's eyes as he fell. No matter how hard Sei Ito tried to block, he couldn't do anything to the two fingers. Ito-sei, who knew that if he didn't use other means, his eyes might be blinded, so he let out a low roar. A strong impact force with a needle-like feeling suddenly gushed out from Ito-sei's body, hitting all tangible and intangible things in all directions. Under the influence of this wave of air, The two fingers that had been following Sei Ito like shadows finally disappeared from his sight. Using this opportunity, Sei Ito suddenly twisted his waist and supported himself with one hand on the ground, turning over and squatting on the ground. As expected of someone who fought side by side with the invincible Superman and the Falcon from Fenglin Temple. Even if she's injured, her martial arts strength isn't something I can compare to. Seito raised his head and looked at Tanabe Miun. She was still expressionless. Other than the occasional wound on her back, there was no other abnormality. Chapter 650. If this is a test of strength with the premise of cooperation, is this still not enough to gain your approval? Seito straightened up and looked at Miyumo. If it's just a normal cooperation, the strength you've shown is indeed enough. Miyumo said indifferently. But your cooperation is for me to help you train your people. Although it's a cooperation on the surface, it also means that you want me to be your subordinate. Since that's the case, you have to defeat me completely. If you can't, I can only kill you here as punishment for trespassing on my shrine. Haha, I didn't expect it to be like this. After listening to Nyoma's explanation, Ito-sei shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Should I say that she is indeed a master of martial arts? She has a thorough understanding of my psychology. Or should I say that my speaking skills are not good enough? She exposed my thoughts with just one sentence. If you want to live and defeat the ultimate warrior who uses the killing fist, this difficulty is really not ordinary. Ito-sei put away the bitter smile on his face and sighed softly. Is it true that as long as I can defeat you completely, it doesn't matter what method I use? Ito-sei looked at Tanabe Miun with a serious expression. Yes, as long as you can defeat me completely, I don't mind being your subordinate. Miyumo said straightforwardly. Good, Miyumo, I'll show you a technique that has never been seen before in this world. Sei Ito said solemnly. I'll wait and see. Miyumo said expectantly. Ito-sei roared, and his body once again split into countless shadows, attacking Tanaka from different directions, in different ways, and with different attacking methods. Still the same? Seeing Sei Ito's attack method not changing much, Miyumo's eyes flashed with doubt. She still had 8 arms, 8 legs, and 4 heads like a monster. The way their backs were connected to each other, he thought to himself. It's real. Chantan Miun, who was on the left, reached out and grabbed Ito-sei's ankle. She immediately felt that the ankle in her hand was not an illusion, but a real body, so she stopped dealing with the other 3 side. She turned around and swung her arm. The force of Sei Ito's kick sent Sei Ito flying. But in the next moment, Miyumo's expression changed. Because in her air control circle, a real fist came through her air control circle and entered her heart. How is this possible? Tanabe Miun immediately turned around and waved her hand to block Ito-sei's fist, dodging the fist wind. She was shocked. But then, another kick appeared in Miyumo's air control circle and swept towards Miyumo's feet. Could it be that these illusions are real? How is this possible? How fast does he have to be to do this? Tanabe Miyumo jumped lightly and dodged Ito-sei's leg sweep. She was shocked. As expected. Another real attack came from a different direction from the one she threw, blocked, and jumped to attack Miyumo. Miyumo immediately changed her movement when she sensed the attack. She quickly circled to Sei Ito's side and used Miyumo's Sei Ito jutsu to throw the Sei Ito in her hand at the incoming Sei Ito. But before Miyumo could do anything, the Sei Ito in her hand suddenly exploded. A huge explosion and a large amount of white smoke appeared in the dojo. But Miyumo was an ultimate expert on the level of Superman and Fenglin Temple's Falconer. How could she be injured by a simple explosion? The moment the explosion occurred, Miyumo paid the price of one of her sleeves to get out of the explosion's range. She looked at the dojo with a serious expression. The 4 Seito were either squatting or hanging upside down on the roof. Everyone calls me the Witch of Demon Fist. It seems that in front of you I'm not strong enough, Miyumo said in a low voice. Then she changed her tone and asked with a puzzled expression. What kind of fist technique is this? Sorry. This is not a fist technique, but a ninjutsu, the shadow clone jutsu. Ito-sei, who was standing straight on the ground, explained. Ninjutsu? Are you from the Dark Quail? But I've seen the people from the Dark Quail group before. Aside from their superior physiques, they are also very strong. Although they have exceptional talent in martial arts, they don't have such strange technique. Is it really a secret ninja technique? Miyumo asked in confusion. I'm not from the Dark Quail. The ninjutsu I'm using is indeed a secret ninja technique. Seito chuckled. It's really a secret ninja technique. I want to see it, Miyumo said. Since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. Seito chuckled. As soon as he said that, the 4 Seito rushed toward Miyumo. One was squatting on the ground, one was hanging upside down on the roof, and one was standing upright on the dojo. This time, Miyumo knew that these were the real Seito, so she didn't dare to be careless. She focused on dealing with Seito's attack. In fact, Ito Seiji was the one who took advantage of the situation. If Seito used Shadow Clone Jutsu to deal with Ma Jianxing, Akatsuki, and Kasaka Siyu, it wouldn't be as effective as it was against Miyumo. This was all because Miyun Tanaka's Tanaka Ryu Jutsu pursued the 100% technique, 0% strength technique. The key point of this jutsu was to break the opponent's center of gravity and then use the principles of mechanics to make the opponent fall, not allowing the user to use any extra strength or even not use any strength at all. And the Shadow Clone Jutsu is the kind of ninjutsu that can only be destroyed by a heavy attack. In the face of the Tenon Sho, which is a jutsu that can only be destroyed by a heavy attack, it's almost a perfect application. It won't be destroyed by the 5 people mentioned before. Konoha's Great Whirlwind. Ito-sei, who had run from the ceiling to the top of Tanaka Meiyun, suddenly jumped down from the ceiling. His body was like a spinning top as he landed on top of Tanaka Meiyun's head. Then, he suddenly stretched out a leg, and with the centrifugal force generated by the high-speed rotation, he heavily chopped at Tanaka Meiyun. Seeing this, Senbata Miyun stepped forward and calmly dodged Ito-sei's leg. She then raised her hand and pressed down on Ito-sei's right knee. She didn't use any strength as she followed Ito-sei's leg to the ground. Then, the moment her heel touched the ground, she suddenly pressed down with a bit more strength. Kacha. With a crisp sound, Ito-sei, who was using taijutsu, immediately jumped up from his broken leg and moved at a nearly 90-degree angle. Explode. Seito, who was seriously injured, immediately burst into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of Miyumo. So this thing called Shadow Clone will disappear after being seriously injured. Miyumo, who had just dealt with one of the Shadow Clones, thought. At this moment, the 2 Shadow Clones that were half squatting on the ground charged towards Miyumo from the left and right. One of them flashed with blue and white lightning and stabbed towards Miyumo's left waist with his hand like a knife. The other one slapped his palms in front of him at an extremely fast speed, sending out white wind blades that were visible to the naked eye towards Miyumo's body. Is this also a ninjutsu? Seeing the lightning and wind attacks from the 2 of them, Tanabe Meiyun's pupils shrank as she exclaimed in shock. Miyumo no longer cared about the internal injuries caused by Seito's dragon-style needle-forging technique. She instantly retreated from the 2 Shadow Clones who were using lightning release ninjutsu and wind release. Beast Wave Palm. Explode. As Miyumo retreated, the 2 Shadow Clones' attacks landed on each other. With a soft sound, they both turned into smoke and disappeared from the dojo. At this time, just as Tanabe Miyumo retreated to avoid the attack of the 2 Shadow Clones and looked around for the last Ito-sei, the wooden floor under her feet suddenly came to life. Slender vines full of thorns grew out of the floor and bound Tanabe Miyumo's feet. The vines quickly climbed up her legs. What a strong binding force! It seems that the vines are real and not an illusion. Miyumo frowned as she struggled to break free from the vines. While she was struggling, the thorny vines had already climbed over her waist and coiled around her upper body. Ha! Not wanting to admit defeat like this, Tanabe Miyun completely released the suppression of the injuries caused by the needle forging art. She mobilized her chi of tranquility to circulate throughout her body, erupting with an inhuman strength to break free from the thorny vines that wrapped around her. Wah! But with this outburst, the injuries that had been suppressed began to spread, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Master Miyumo, you've already lost. Ito-sei, who was slowly emerging from the wooden floor, looked at the pale-faced Tanabe Miyumo and said, Indeed, I've lost. In the time that you've bound me, it's enough time for you to kill me several times. Tanabe Miyumo gave up resisting and allowed the thorny vines to crawl onto her body. She turned her head and said to Ito-sei, who was slowly coming out, Then, according to our previous agreement, Sensei, you are officially my subordinate from today onwards. Ito-sei, who had completely escaped from the floor, looked at Sensei and said, Don't worry, I still have the dignity of a martial artist. I won't go back on my words. Miyumo said indifferently, I also believe in the credibility of Sensei Chantan. So, from now on, please take care of me. Ito-sei's mind moved, and he removed the thorns around Sensei Chantan's body and bowed. Chapter 651. P.S. Thanks to T-Can, Postmodern Brother, Morning Wind, Oda's Hang, Phantom Dust, and Stone for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Nickfanny, Stone, 157747860, Phantom Dust, and This Pig is a Little Skinny for their tips. Thanks to Fantasy Dragon for his evaluation. Truth be told, Ito-sei's victory had been a bit of a fluke. If it hadn't been for the fact that she was older, more senior, and stronger, she wouldn't have been forced to go all out against a junior like Ito-sei. In the end, she wouldn't have been injured by Ito-sei's dragon-shaped needle energy art at close range. She wouldn't have been able to unleash the full extent of her power, which would have led to her defeat. Of course, Sei Ito's failure wasn't just because of her mentality. It was also because she didn't understand the dragon-shaped needle art, which didn't belong to the world of the strongest disciple in history. If it was any other native of this world that was caught by Miyumo Senma, even if that native used a penetrating force attack at such a distance, Miyumo Senma would be able to easily neutralize it. There was no way that she would be injured from it. In addition, the information between the two sides was not equal. It should be known that before Ito-sei came to find Tanabe Miyumo, he had information about Tanabe Miyumo's martial arts school, martial arts characteristics, common fighting methods, and some other information as a foundation. He could calmly deal with Tanabe Miyumo's various changes, but Tanabe Miyumo had no information about Ito-sei. Everything could only be discovered in battle. She was naturally weaker. In addition, Ito-sei had some abilities that could be said to be similar to cloud flow martial arts. This caused Sei Ito's overall strength to be suppressed. As for the final battle between ninjutsu and martial arts, Sei Ito took advantage of Sei Ito's lack of knowledge about ninjutsu. This caused Sei Ito's hands and feet to be tied. In the end, she failed. If Nyoma Tanaka had used her full strength from the start and taken Ito Seiji seriously, Ito Seiji would have been able to escape without dying. However, it would be extremely difficult to injure Miyun Tanaka and win by trickery. There's no need to be so courteous. I want to know what your goal is in the future. After escaping from the vines, Kaneda Miyumo walked to an empty spot and sat down. She looked at Sei Ito and asked, Purpose? I really don't have this. Ito-sei spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders with a tangled expression. Don't tell me you didn't go through so much trouble to find me and ask me to train your people. Ito frowned and said with dissatisfaction. That's not it. Ito-sei shook his head slightly and denied it with a chuckle. Then he slowly walked to Ito and squatted on the ground. Stretching out his hands, he pressed them on Miyumo's abdomen and lower back, while activating medical ninjutsu to treat Miyumo's internal injuries caused by the needle forging technique. At the same time, he whispered, I just feel that I don't have enough martial arts masters, similar to the lack of high-end teachers, which affects the production of martial arts masters under my command. That's why I'm looking for a few masters like you to fill this vacancy. Feeling the strange power transmitted from Ito-sei's hand into her body, and she could clearly feel the recovery speed of her injuries, a strange look flashed in her eyes as she asked, Are you also using ninjutsu now? Yes, it's medical ninjutsu. Ito nodded. Tanabe Miyun nodded and said again, Since you don't plan to do anything big, why do you need a master to teach them? Any martial arts master is more than enough to guard the house. You can even force a few ordinary masters to become their instructors. Why do you have to take the risk to come to me? Probably because I have the desire for perfection in my heart. I don't want to find a few ordinary masters to fill the gap. Ito thought for a moment and shrugged. Maybe you have a restless reason in your heart that you haven't realized yet. Ito said. Well, who knows? Ito said indifferently. In the battle just now, you seem to be able to easily find my real body. Is this also because of the ninjutsu you have mastered? Tanabe Miyun didn't say anything after seeing this and changed the topic. Some ninja's bloodstain limit might be able to do it, but my ninjutsu doesn't have this ability. I can find your real body at any time because of it. Ito looked at the sandalwood prayer beads hanging on Ito's chest and explained. So that's how it is. Ito looked down at the prayer beads hanging on her chest. It's done. After a while, Ito got up and said after treating Ito's injuries. Ninjutsu is really unique. Ito carefully felt the condition of her body and found that she has indeed recovered. Then she turned to look at the little girl who hasn't moved since she started kneeling and called. Chickage. Hearing the call, the little girl Chickage immediately got up and quickly came to Ito's side and whispered. Sensei. Go and pour 2 cups of tea. Ito ordered. Yes. Chickage nodded and walked out of the dojo toward the house not far away. What a cute little girl. It's a pity that her Reiki is suppressed. Ito looked at Chickage running out of the dojo and sighed. Having feelings will only affect the use of martial arts. Ito said. Maybe you are right, but too much suppression will only cause trouble in the future. It might even take her life. Ito looked back at Ito and said. If she dies, it can only mean that her cultivation wasn't up to par. She can't blame anyone else, Tanaton Miyun said expressionlessly. Ito didn't have anything to say. He shrugged and sat on the ground. Ito, since we are family now, I won't say anything. I have something I need your help with. Ito looked at Ito and said. What is it? Ito asked. Ito didn't say anything. Ito slapped the ground next to him. A burst of electricity appeared on the ground with Ito's palm as the center. Then a small protrusion appeared on the ground. As Ito-sei's palm moved up, it quickly rose until it finally became a Japanese katana shining with cold light in Ito-sei's hands. Is this also a ninjutsu? Ito looked at the round hole on the dojo's floor and then looked at the katana in Ito's hand and narrowed her eyes. No. Ito placed the katana in front of him and shook his head. This is another method I have mastered. It is called alchemy. It seems that following you might be able to see some interesting things. Ito's eyes flashed. Ito said softly. Ito tapped the katana with his finger and said with a smile, I can guarantee that it will be an eye-opener for you. It won't be worse than the eternal sunset that Dark is preparing. It might even be better than it. It will make you happy and satisfied. You know quite a lot. Ito looked at Ito and said, tap, 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 tap. Following a series of light footsteps, Ito left the dojo. Senkage, who went to the house to prepare tea, came back to the dojo with a dark-colored tray. She knelt down next to Ito and handed the 2 teacups to Ito and Ito respectively. Next, Thousand Shadows bowed to the 2 of them, got up, and gently retreated to Miyumo's side before kneeling down again. Ito, what do you think of this katana in my hand? Ito handed the katana to Ito and asked with a smile. Ito took the katana. She held it in front of her and looked at it. It's a good katana. Ito said. Is this katana good enough for the masters of dark weapons? Ito continued to ask. Yes. Ito threw the katana back to Ito and said, if I use this katana as bait, can I attract the people of dark weapons? Ito didn't take the katana. Instead, he wrapped the katana with his psychokinesis and controlled it to swing around freely in the dojo. What kind of ability is this? Tanabe Miyumo glanced at the flying blades and asked calmly. Psychokinesis, Ito said with a smile. Then he used his psychokinesis to retrieve the katana and stored it in the Rubik's Cube world. Seeing the katana suddenly disappear in Ito's hand, Ito's eyes flashed. She then returned to her expressionless face and looked at Ito and said, Are you going to attack the masters of dark weapons? Yes. Ito smiled. What do you want to do? Ito asked. Ito, I want you to tell the people of dark weapons that I have a katana. As for the rest, I'll do it myself. Ito spoke his mind. Okay. Ito happily agreed to something that didn't require much effort. But if possible, I want you to tell the women of dark weapons as much as possible. Personally, I'm more interested in women. Ito smiled. That's one of the reasons why you came to me. Ito looked at Ito and said, Yes, compared to men, working with women is more enjoyable. Ito admitted without hesitation. I understand. Ito said. All right, I'll leave this matter to you, Master Chantan. Ito picked up the teacup in front of him and drank all the matcha in it. He then put down the teacup and stood up. He looked at Ito and said, I'll be staying in the town at the foot of the mountain. If anyone from Dark Weapons comes, you can lead them there. I understand. Ito replied. This is my contact number. If you have any questions, you can use it to contact me. Ito took out a piece of paper with a number written on it and placed it in front of Ito. I'll take my leave. Ito stood up and nodded at Senma. Then, he used instant transmission and disappeared from the dojo of the Nuku Fire Shrine. What an interesting kid. Tanabe Miyun looked at the empty teacup on the ground and smiled. On the other side, after the performance just now, Ito should be interested in me. Ito thought to himself as he strolled around the town looking for a hotel. After a while, Ito found a hotel with an open-air hot spring near the mountain and checked in. Now I just have to wait for the people from Dark Weapons to arrive. I wonder if Ito will deliver the news to the female Dark Weapons expert. After returning to the room, Ito Seijin said to himself. Then he turned his hand and took out the katana made from the floor of the dojo. Then he used Mokutan's energy to summon a piece of wood in his hand and used alchemy to turn it into a scabbard on the katana. Clang! With a crisp sound, Ito casually threw the katana that the people from Dark Weapons were looking for to the ground. After Image Fist, combined with Shadow Clone Technique, it has an unexpected effect. Ito, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, recalled the battle with Ito today and whispered to himself. He then focused his mind and began to carefully recall the details of the battle with Seito. He analyzed Seito's Seito Jutsu and absorbed it into his own to strengthen his combat power. A few nights later, Seito, who was sitting cross-legged in his room, raised his eyebrows and thought, "Someone is coming." He then took the katana that was used as bait and opened his eyes. "Since you're here, come out." But a few seconds later, there was still no sign of anyone. "Do you think I'm bluffing?" Seito said while holding the katana in front of him. He slowly pulled out the katana with his right hand. A cold katana aura instantly spread out from the scabbard. Bang! At the next moment, a muffled sound suddenly sounded. A thin man with a black body and a long sword in his hand jumped down from the broken roof in an instant. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and slashed at Itosei, who was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. Clang! At this time, Seito finally pulled out the katana from the scabbard and raised his arm to block the attack of the thin man. The collision between the two katana immediately created a sound of metal clashing. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the thin man quickly stepped forward. He moved the katana to the edge of the katana and kicked Seito's chest. Chapter 652. Seeing this attack, Seito's right arm that was holding the blade did not move. He continued to use the long blade to block the slash from the thin man. His left hand that was holding the scabbard quickly moved to the side of the thin man's leg that was kicking at him. He used the force to push his leg away, and at the same time, he immediately kicked at the thin man's lower body. The thin man's reaction was not slow. He immediately landed his foot and twisted his waist, shifting the support point to his leg that was kicking out. At the same time, he used the leg that was originally used as a support point to defend himself. He kicked backwards to block Seito's kick. Then, the thin man used this opportunity to flip and lift his blade. The blade brushed past Seito's fingers as he quickly retracted his hand. Then, he used his half-twisted waist to complete a 300-degree turn and slashed at Seito's neck. Seeing this, Seito immediately lay on the ground and raised his leg to kick the thin man's wrist that was holding the blade. Bang! With a muffled sound, the thin man's hands were immediately lifted up by Seito's kick. Then Itosei's left foot rubbed hard on the ground, and his body immediately slid back as if it was pulled by an invisible belt. After sliding back for a certain distance, he stretched out his hand and slammed it on the ground. He immediately flipped over and stood up from the ground. "I thought it would be an easy job. I didn't expect it to be a tough one." Seeing that Seito had stood up from the ground, the thin man straightened his blade and looked at Seito, who was also holding the blade with both hands. "Unfortunately, you are not the person I want. But forget it. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. I'll leave you here," Seito said softly as he stared into the thin man's eyes. "If you want to leave me here, we'll have to see if you have the ability." The thin man sneered. Then, the thin man took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Seito as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. He slashed at Seito's head. Seito's right foot naturally moved back and completed the exchange between his front and back leg. At the same time, he bent his arm and pulled back his blade. He pressed the blade against the thin man's blade and skillfully shook off the thin man's downward slash. Then, he flipped his wrist and slashed upwards from the thin man's exposed lower body. The thin man quickly took 2 steps back and dodged Seito's upward slash. Then, he held the sword horizontally on his side and stepped forward. A sharp stab instantly pierced towards Itosei's open chest. Although the thin man's blade had not yet blocked it, the sharp wind from the blade had already reached Itosei's body, causing goosebumps to rise on the skin on Itosei's chest. He felt the strange feeling in his chest. Seito immediately took a step back and turned his body sideways. He dodged the thin man's stab by a hair's breadth and flipped his blade before the thin man could slash horizontally. He used the back of his blade to hit the thin man's blade. For a Nipponese blade, this was the point where the entire blade exerted force. Therefore, with a clear, dang sound, the long sword in the thin man's hand immediately fell to the ground under Ito-sei's powerful strike. Then, Sei-Ito flipped his wrist and slashed the thin man's blade. He stepped forward and slashed at the thin man's chest. No matter what, the thin man was still an ordinary adept-level fighter. His reaction speed was naturally not slow. When Sei-Ito's blade was about to cut the skin on his chest, he immediately pushed off with his feet. Like a grasshopper, he jumped back a long distance and avoided the fate of being cut in half. Although there is no smell of blood on the blade, I didn't expect the person holding the blade to be a kendo master of the killing sword. "Forgive me for my disrespect," the thin man said in a deep voice as he looked down at his clothes that had been cut open by the blade. "I am a swordsman of the Middle Palace, Guan Maoxian. I am holding a sword." Then, the thin man repositioned himself and introduced himself with a serious face. Sei-Ito of the Ito Ichidoryu, no rank, holding a sword. Sei-Ito followed suit. He readied himself for the killing sword and looked at Guan Maoxian. "Since we have introduced ourselves, life and death are up to fate. Come on," Guan Maoxian said in a deep voice. "Okay," Sei-Ito said in a low voice. Then, his figure flashed. He suddenly appeared in front of Guan Maoxian and slashed at Guan Maoxian's neck. Guan Maoxian moved aside. He thrust his blade at Sei-Ito's chest. Exchanging a wound for a life? Itokari thought to himself. At the same time, he quickly moved sideways and continued to chop at Guan Maoxian's neck. Guan Maoxian was still unmoved. He turned his wrist and swung his blade at Sei-Ito's chest. Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes when he saw this. He immediately turned his wrist and swung his blade. The tip of the blade pointed downward and blocked Guan Maoxian's slash with his body. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out between Sei-Ito and Guan Maoxian. Itosei, who had blocked the blade, didn't stop moving. His left foot directly performed a backward swing step, driving his body to rotate. Then, with the force generated by the rotation of his body, he pushed Guan Maoxian's long sword away. Then, he faced Guan Maoxian, who was wide open, and chopped down toward Guan Maoxian's chest. Seeing this, Guan Maoxian immediately turned his wrist and adjusted his blade. He held the long blade in his hand and used his other hand as a shield in front of his body to block Ito-sei's powerful downward chop. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out in the room again. Bang! Then, a muffled sound rang out. It was Ito-sei and Guan Maoxian who saw that their long swords were blocked. Both of them were wide open, so they kicked each other and collided with each other halfway. Using this collision, the two of them tried to retreat and faced each other in the room again. At this time, Guan Maoxian's right foot rubbed on the tatami mats on the floor of the room. Several tatami mats immediately bounced off the ground under Guan Maoxian's provocation and flew towards Ito-seiji. A sneak attack through the obstruction of vision. Looking at the tatami mats flying toward him, Sei-Ito couldn't help but sneer. He closed his eyes and released his mental power to protect his body. He quickly swung his blade and cut the tatami mats in front of him into pieces. Clang, 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 clang. Just as the tatami was sliced apart, a series of metal clanging sounds rang out in the room. Dozens of cold, silver-white sword lights flashed in the room, and the sharp sword chi that shot out immediately left slender marks on the walls all around the room. Boom! At this time, a faint muffled sound rang out. The dozens of silver-white blade lights and the continuous sound stopped at the same time. Then, two pitch-black figures jumped away from the center of the silver-white blade lights and faced each other in the room again. "It seems that I'm a little weak." Guan Maoxian looked at Sei-Ito and said calmly, "But don't expect this to be over. There will be other people from the Dark Weapons Group coming to snatch the blade. I hope you won't die too badly when that time comes." Then, without waiting for Seito's reply, he jumped out of the broken roof and ran away without hesitation. As expected of someone from the Dark Weapons Group, his sense of danger is not weak. He actually dodged my fatal attack. Seito swung his hand to get rid of the remaining blood on his blade and said calmly, "But Master Chantan, why is it a man and not a woman?" Seito walked to the scabbard that was thrown to the side. He bent down to pick up the scabbard and put it on the blade as he asked in a soft voice. As soon as Seito finished his words, Chantan Meiyun and Chantan Thousand Shadows jumped out of the hole in the roof. They looked at Seito and said, "You only asked me to try my best. I'm not obligated to carry out your request." "Alright, then I didn't say anything." Seito curled his lips and said. Then, he took out a pastry and handed it to Chantan Thousand Shadows, who looked like a little lowly. He said to Miyun, "I can't stay here anymore. I will leave this town tomorrow and go somewhere else. I will tell you the address when I arrive at the new place. When that time comes, I will have to trouble Master Chantan to continue sending messages to the Dark Weapons Group." "I understand." Chantan Meiyun looked expressionlessly at Chantan Thousand Shadows, who was asking for her opinion. Although Chantan Meiyun did not say anything, Chantan Thousand Shadows, who knew her master well, suppressed her desire for the pastry and lowered her eyes. Itose smiled when he saw this. He grabbed Chikaj's hand and placed the pastry in her hand. "Actually, if you really want to live forever, controlling your intake of sweets might not be effective." Seito looked at Chantan Meiyun and smiled. "It seems like you know a lot about our Chantan sect's secret method of immortality." Chantan Meiyun looked at Seito and said expressionlessly, "How could that be? I'm not a disciple of Chantan's sect. How could I know the details of your secret method of immortality?" Seito said in surprise. "Is that so?" Chantan Meiyun said calmly. "It doesn't matter if you know." Itose smiled and shook his head. He didn't answer Miyun Tanaka's question. "Master Chantan, is there anything else? If not, I will be leaving." Seito glanced at the messy room and said softly, "There's nothing else. You can go." Nyoma Miyumo grabbed Nyoma Chikaj's hand and leaped out of the room through the hole in the roof, disappearing into the night. Seito did not stay any longer after seeing Chantan Meiyun leave. He used Blink and disappeared from the room. He then used Blink to leave the town and moved to other nearby towns. After more than a minute, Itose's figure appeared in another city, then he found a hotel that looked pretty good and checked in. "I have to show up more in this city in the next 2 days. Otherwise, those guys in the dark won't be able to find me." Itosei, who had placed his katana in the corner, took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to wash up, thought to himself. Chapter 653. Dang, dang, dang. Someone knocked on the door rhythmically. "Who is it?" Itose got up from the bed and walked to the door. When he passed by the katana, he took the katana and held it in his hand. He covered it with his back and shouted, "Room service." A woman's voice came from outside the door. Itose frowned when he heard this. He carefully moved to the door and opened it sideways. In an instant, 2 men in black suits, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, as well as a woman dressed as a waitress, came into Itose's sight. "Hello, sir. This is my business card. Please take a look." Just when Itose's pupils shrank and he was about to make a move, the tall and fat man in the black suit immediately stretched out his hands and handed the business card to Itose while speaking with a kind smile on his face. At this time, the waitress-like woman ran away from the short and skinny man as if she was escaping. Soon, she disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Seeing this, Ito Seiji narrowed his eyes and took the business card handed over by the tall and fat man with his right hand. He lowered his head and looked at it. Miyazaki Express, manager of XXX Corporation. I don't think I know you. Itose looked up at the tall and fat man, Miyazaki Kairai. Mr. Itose, I'm here to invite you on behalf of the Dark Weapon Group. Would you like to join us as a member? Miyazaki Kairuto's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Itose with a serious expression and said with a sharp gaze. Dark Weapons Group, the organization of Guan Maoxian who attacked me a few days ago? Itose frowned and said with a slightly puzzled tone. Yes. Miyazaki Express nodded. What do I get from joining you? Itose looked at Miyazaki Kairo and the short and thin man beside him who had not said a word, and asked directly. Miyazaki Kaito smirked when he heard the question. As long as you join our Dark Weapon Group, there will be no more attacks like last time. At the same time, our Dark Weapon Group has a huge industry in the world, and we have contacts with governments all over the world. We can take on a lot of high-paying jobs from governments all over the world, so you won't have to worry about money anymore. In addition, we have close business relationships with government. Members of the Dark Weapons Group have the right to kill people in every country. We can eliminate all kinds of problems after you kill people. You can satisfy your desire for the true force. What do you think? Miyazaki Express looked at Seito with a smile and waited for Seito's reply. Very good. These are all attractive conditions. Seito nodded. Would you like to join our Dark Weapons Group? Miyazaki Express asked again. If what you said is true, then I will join you. It's not impossible to join you, Itose said in a low voice. You don't have to worry about that. I promise you that you will enjoy all the benefits after you join us. If there are any mistakes, you can come and find me, Miyazaki Express said with a smile. Okay, I want to see what the legendary Dark Weapons Group looks like. Seito opened the door. At the same time, he put down the katana on his back and looked at Miyazaki Express. Wise choice. Miyazaki Express gave Seito a thumbs up and laughed. What now? Do I need to go with you to do the procedures? Seito asked. There are some procedures that need to be done, but not here. So, Seito-san, please come with us. Miyazaki Express extended his arm and made an inviting gesture. Okay, wait for me. I will go in and pack my things. Seito nodded. Okay. Miyazaki Express smiled. Then Itose turned back to the room, pretended to pack up his things, and went back to the door with the katana in his hand. He walked out of the hotel with Miyazaki Kairai and the short and thin man who were waiting outside. They got into the car driven by Miyazaki Kairai and went to the unknown distance. The members of the Dark Weapons Group were very bold. They were also very confident in their own strength. They didn't blindfold their eyes or take a detour to confuse people's perception. Instead, they drove directly into a stronghold in the forest without any concealment. Now I believe what you said. The Dark Weapons Group is very powerful. They actually set up a base on the land of the self-defense forces. Itosei, who was sitting in the back seat with the short and thin man, looked at the sign that quickly passed by outside the bed and sighed. You will never regret joining the Dark Weapons Group. Sitting in the driver's seat, Miyazaki Kaito looked up at Itoseji's reflection in the rearview mirror and smiled. Itose didn't say anything. He just looked calmly at the scenery outside the car window, which was quickly moving away. After a while, with a squeak of brakes, the car stopped in the parking lot inside the dark stronghold. Bang bang bang. 3 muffled sounds were heard. Miyazaki Express, Seito, and the short skinny man got out of the car one after another. Miyazaki Express led them to the interior of the base. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a brightly lit room that was decorated like a banquet hall. Then Guan Maoxian, who attacked Seito last time, and a young man about 1.7 meters tall with slightly long hair and a slender body, holding a Japanese katana like Guan Maoxian and Seito, appeared in front of Seito. This is the Seito you mentioned before, Guan Maoxian. Looking at Seito, who followed Miyazaki Express, the long-haired man turned to look at Guan Maoxian with a smile on his face. Yes. Guan Maoxian glanced at Seito and said, "Welcome to the Dark Weapon Group, like-minded comrade." The long-haired man got up from his seat, reached out his hand, and greeted Seito with a smile. Just when the long-haired man was half a meter away from Seito, the expressions of the long-haired man and Seito changed at the same time, and they both pulled out their katana at the same time and fought with Iato. Clang! A crisp sound immediately spread from the place where the two katana collided. Good katana, good skill. The long-haired man looked at the katana in Seito's hand and praised. Your katana is not bad either. Seito glanced at the weapon in the long-haired man's hand and said in a low voice. Hey, the long-haired man sheathed his katana, stood in place and looked at Seito and introduced himself. Idealistic Katana, Kakuta Kai, welcome to the Dark Weapons Group. Seito Katana, Ito. Seeing that the long-haired man didn't intend to attack again, Seito sheathed his katana and looked at Kakuta Kai and said, Quick, go inform the chef and ask them to prepare a banquet. Kakuta Kai looked at Miyazaki Kaira, who stood aside after entering the room, and ordered. Yes. Miyazaki Kaira replied, then turned around and left the room, and went to the kitchen to pass on Kakuta Kai's order. Are there only 3 of us here? After completing the initial introduction, Seito walked to the long table, pulled out a chair, turned around, and sat down. He looked at Kakuta Kai and Guan Maoxian and said, Yes. Kakuta Kai also walked to a chair and sat down. He nodded and said, This stronghold is only used for members who come here for missions to rest. If it weren't for Guan Maoxian and I still have some things to deal with, you might not even see a single person at this time. Tell me about the Dark Weapons Group. After all, I am now a member of the Dark Weapons Group. It's impossible that I don't know anything about my own organization. Seito nodded and said again. Okay. Kakuta Kai nodded and agreed. Our Dark Weapons Group can be divided into several categories according to the weapons, such as the Bow Group, the Sword Group, the Spear Group, the Firearm Group, and the Short Weapon Group. However, these are just categories. When we go out for missions, we still consider the wishes of the members of the group. So, except for a few compulsory missions, you won't be forced to do anything. Kakuta Kai explained. In addition, there is no absolute relationship between the elite members of the group. Their identities are all equal. If you want a few elite members to focus on you in a certain mission, other than a contest of strength, you can only rely on your personal prestige. But if your prestige is not enough, and you can't win by force, then do what you need to do. Don't daydream. Kakuta Kaito continued to explain. And as long as there is a valid reason between the members of the group, they are not prohibited from killing each other. So, when the situation above happens, even if you die, don't blame others. You can only blame yourself for not being as good as others. That's not bad. Seito Kai chuckled when he heard this. Indeed. Kakuta Kai also laughed. Is there anything else? Seito Kai asked again. No, the situation of the entire Dark Weapons Group is basically like this. Kakuta Kaito shook his head. Then he seemed to think of something and said again, By the way, our Dark Weapon Group and Dark Unarmed Group don't get along well. They often don't see eye to eye with each other. If you see people from the Unarmed Group in the future, be careful. I know. Seito Kai nodded in response. After that, Seito Kai chatted with Kakuta Kai in the room. This situation didn't stop until several women with trays in their hands pushed the door open and walked into the room. Welcome to the Dark Weapons Group. After a while, when all the dishes were placed, Kakuta Kai raised his glass with some red wine in his hand and said, Thank you. Seito Kai also raised his glass and thanked him. Then he put the glass in front of his mouth and took a sip, then put it back on the table and enjoyed the delicious meal on the table. Chapter 654. P.S. Thank you to Cute Girl Ignorant for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Nameless Wutian, 1577478860, and Nickfanny for your tips. Dang dang dang. A crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded, waking Ito-sei, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed and holding his sword, from his meditation. Come in, Seito said as he opened his eyes and looked at the door. Creak. With a soft sound, a young woman with short black hair pushed open the door and walked in. My lord, Kahota-sama is looking for you, the short-haired woman said respectfully. Got it, Seito said calmly. After getting the answer, the short-haired woman bowed and carefully left Ito-sei's room. This is the first time they sent someone to look for me after I moved into the stronghold. It seems like there's a mission from the dark, Seito thought as he stood up with his sword and slowly walked to the door. Soon, Seito left the room he was temporarily staying in and walked through the familiar corridor. He came to the big room where he met Kaido Kakuta and Guan Maosien when he first entered the stronghold. What's the matter? Seito walked into the room and said to Kaido Kakuta, who was sitting on a chair and cutting fruits with a fruit knife. I have a mission for you. Kaido Kakuta grabbed an intact apple from the fruit plate beside him and threw it to Seito as he spoke. Seito caught the apple thrown by Kaido Kakuta. Then, he threw the apple into the air and immediately pulled out the knife and slashed at the apple. A second later, there was a clear sound. Ito-sei stretched out his hand and caught the apple. What mission? Seito asked as he shook the apple peel off. Gotcha. Ito-sei opened his mouth and bit off a small piece of the apple, chewing it in his mouth. The weapon team's mission, looking for a sword. Kaido Kakuta smiled and explained, you should know. For us who are experts in using weapons, a good weapon is hard to come by. Although there are blacksmiths in the team who are responsible for making weapons, there are too few of them. They don't have enough time to make weapons for other team members, not to mention making swords for us. So, to solve the problem of weapon shortage, the higher-ups have sent out their orders. The higher-ups have always issued this kind of self-reliant mission. So, the last attack was because they found the famous sword in my hand? Seito pretended to be confused after hearing the explanation. That's right. There was nothing to deny about this matter. Kakuta Kaido simply admitted it. Then, Kaido Kakuta changed the topic. He brought the topic back to the mission and said, this mission is to ask you to go to XX County XX Town XXX and take the famous sword collected by that family. The goal of the mission is only the sword. As for the life and death of that family, it's up to you. Kaido Kakuta added. Seito nodded and didn't say anything. I say, is this how the higher-ups always find swords? Then, Seito asked with a puzzled look. Yes, why? Kaido Kakuta asked with a puzzled look. Nothing. I just feel that it's a waste of time. Seito shook his head and said, from what you said, you have a better way to find swords. Kaido Kakuta looked at Seito and asked with interest. No, I don't. Seito shook his head and denied it. Then, when Kaido Kakuta looked disappointed, he continued, but I know where to find a good sword. Where? Kaido Kakuta asked immediately. Have you heard of Akabane swords? Seito didn't immediately say where the good sword was, but asked again. Akabane swords? You mean after World War II? Those swords that were collected and preserved in the 8th Armory? Kaido Kakuta frowned slightly when he heard this. Yes. Seito threw the apple in his hand into the trash can, nodded and said, although most of those swords are as useless as ordinary swords, there are indeed many good swords among them. And with the number of Akabane swords in existence, even if 1 in 1,000 can find 4 or 5 good swords, Not to mention that there are definitely more than 4 or 5 good swords in the Akabane sword. Yes, this is a good way to find swords. Kaido Kakuta groaned, then got up from his seat and looked at Seito. You go and perform the mission first, I will tell the higher-ups about your proposal. Okay. Seito nodded and agreed. Then he turned and walked out of the big room. Before leaving the stronghold, he casually found a good-looking young woman in the stronghold to be his driver. She drove him to the county where the mission target was located. Japan was not big, and the mission could be sent to Seito's stronghold, which meant that the target was not far from the stronghold. Therefore, it didn't take long for Seito to arrive at the location of the mission target. Sir is here. The female driver who stopped the car reminded him aloud. Seito, who got the hint, turned his head and looked out of the car window. Then a large ancient Japanese-style courtyard building came into view in front of Seito's eyes. It seems that this family is rich. Seito chuckled when he saw the size of the building. You wait for me here, I will be out soon, Seito said as he reached out to open the car door and stepped out of the car. Yes. The female driver nodded and agreed. After getting out of the car, Seito went straight to the wall of the courtyard building painted white. He bent his knees and jumped over the wall into the courtyard. After observing the layout of the courtyard, he walked to the location of the main house. Woof, woof. Just as Seito was about to reach the main house, a dog's bark suddenly rang in Seito's ears. Seito frowned when he heard the dog's bark. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Heibe, who was tied by a thick black iron chain under the wall on the left side of the main house. He released a murderous aura from his eyes and pierced Heibe's eyes. A woo! The next moment, Heibe seemed to be frightened by something. He suddenly lay on the ground and let out a low howl. Finks, what's wrong? A man in a light blue bathrobe asked. A man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s walked out of the main house. His hair was mixed with black and white. He looked at Heibe and asked. He was obviously disturbed by Heibe's howl. At this time, the owner of the house also noticed Seito's presence. He immediately frowned and shouted, "Who are you?" Seito didn't want to waste time talking to this guy. He directly jumped to the side of the man. He grabbed the man's throat and dragged him back to the main house. After entering the main house, Seito threw the red-faced man to the ground. "If you don't look like you're dead, then behave yourself." He stared at the man with a cold expression and shouted, "Cough, cough, who are you? Cough, cough, who are you?" The man on the ground covered his throat and coughed violently. "Hey!" Seeing that the man was still in the mood to ask who he was, Seito directly pulled out his long sword and pressed the tip of the sword against the man's forehead. "Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely." The man's face immediately turned pale when he felt the cold aura from the sword. He slowly backed away with his hands behind his back and looked at Seito with a panicked expression. "I'm a member of the Dark Weapon Group. I'm here to look for a sword. If you don't want to die, give me all the swords you've collected," Seito said coldly. "Dark?" Hearing Seito's words, the man's face changed again and said with a trembling voice, "It seems like you know about us." Seito looked at the man in surprise and said, "Since you know about us, you should know our style. My patience is limited. If you're here to dilly-dally, I don't mind killing you and looking for it myself." "No, don't kill me. I'll give you all the swords I've collected." The man's body trembled and his face was covered in sweat. "Go." Seito turned his wrist and waved the sword, moving the tip of the sword away from the man's forehead. "I'll go now. I'll go now." Seeing that the blade was moved away, the man quickly turned around and ran to the side on all fours. Hua! The man stood up again and pulled open a paper door. Then, a set of Japanese swords appeared in front of Seito. There were 2 pitch-black spears and 3 different swords. They were obviously a set. "That's all," Seito said with a frown as he looked at the items behind the paper door. These are the treasures I have. I've stored the normal items in the storage room. The man raised his head and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked at Seito carefully and said. Seito put away the swords and walked to the door. He reached out and took the long sword from the sword holder and held it in his hand. He gently lifted the sword with his thumb to reveal the blade and lowered his head to examine it. The sword pattern is not bad, Seito said lightly. Pring! As Seito's thumb moved, the blade retracted back into the scabbard. The scabbard and scabbard made a crisp sound when they collided. Then, Seito checked the kodachi and ribs on the sword holder, as well as the set of Japanese swords and pitch-black spears on both sides of the sword holder. Go and get me a big box. Seito turned to the man and ordered. Yes. Hearing Seito's voice, the man's body trembled and he quickly responded. He then turned and ran into the room to find a big box for Seito. After a short while, the man carried an old-fashioned box made of thin bamboo back to Seito and put it on the ground. Seito used the scabbard to gently lift the lock and open the box. Put the armor and the swords inside. Seito ordered. Yes. The man's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He walked to the space behind the door with a pained expression and took apart the set of Japanese swords. He carefully put them into the box. After dealing with the armor, he put the set of 3 swords into the gap between the box and the armor. Take me to your storage room. Seito picked up the bamboo box and ordered the man. The corner of the man's mouth twitched when he heard Ito Seiji's request. He unwillingly moved his feet and took Ito Seiji to the storage room on the right side of the main house. He then used the key to open the door of the storage room. Take out those swords for me. Seito continued to order the man as if he was a servant. Yes. The man acknowledged his fate and walked into the warehouse. Then, he took out several long sabers that were stored in the warehouse. Seito didn't hold back and checked them one by one. Tisk, these are really useless ornaments. Itose put the last long sword back into the sheath and threw it aside with a look of disdain. Since you are so cooperative, I won't kill you. Send me out. Itose, who picked up the big bamboo suitcase beside him, looked at the man and said with a smile. Thank you, thank you. The man who finally got the approval immediately relaxed and thanked Itose with a grateful face. Seito ignored the man and walked out of the courtyard. The man stopped bowing and quickly walked in front of Seito. He humbly led the way for Seito and sent him out of the courtyard. Sir, the female driver got out of the car and greeted Seito when she saw Seito come out. Open the trunk. Seito walked to the back of the car and ordered. Yes. The female driver answered and opened the trunk of the car. Crack. After a soft sound, a crack appeared in the trunk that had been closed. Itose reached out to open the trunk and put the large bamboo suitcase in his hand into the trunk. Then, he closed the trunk again. Seito then returned to the car and got into the car through the door opened by the female driver. The female driver closed the door after Seito got into the car. She turned around and sat in the driver's seat. She started the car and drove back to the stronghold. Here, I took this from the target's house. In addition to 3 usable knives, there is also a set of well-made foot armor. After a while, Seito returned to the stronghold. He walked into the big room and put the box on the long table. Is that so? It just so happens that there are a few people in the group who haven't found their armor yet. Kakuta Hiroto laughed. Then he changed the topic and continued, I have reported the matter you mentioned before you set off. They said that this matter can be done. So our task for the next period of time is to go to various museums to find the red-feathered blade. Just us? Seito asked with a frown. No, because there are too many Akabane blades. The higher-ups have also issued an internal announcement to the members of other group. In terms of scale, it can be regarded as a small mobilization of the weapons group. Kakuta Hiroto explained with a smile. That's good. Seito nodded and said, I can also take this opportunity to meet the members of other groups. Is there anything else? If not, I will go back to rest first. Seito looked at Kakuta Hiroto and asked. No, you can go. Kakuta Hiroto said. Seito nodded, then turned and walked out of the room. He walked back to the room temporarily assigned to him. Chapter 655. Since the end of the mission that day, Seito began to get busy. Of course, he was not the only one who became busy. Kakuta, who was stationed at the stronghold, basically didn't stay in the stronghold. They were all running around the Japanese museums, hunting for Akabane blades according to the information provided by the Helpers of the Dark. However, there were too many Akabane blades. Excluding those whose names could be found, there were more than 4,560 Akabane blades that could not be found. Even with the cooperation of other members of the weapon team, only one Akabane blade that met the requirements of the weapon team was found in the past 3 days. At noon, Seito, who stopped hunting, followed the instructions to another secret stronghold belonging to the Dark. Everyone is finally here. As Itose pushed the door open and walked into the room, a burly man with a square face and a pair of square-framed sunglasses on his face said. His slightly long hair was tied into a small ponytail behind his head. Seito, who heard the voice, looked up at the man who spoke, then looked away and consciously walked to the side and sat down. It's him, the core team of the weapon team. 8 Brilliant Blade of Condemnation. Seito, who sat down, thought in his heart. Then Seito looked up and looked at the other members in the room. The members in the room were all at the expert level, and those who were not at the expert level were not qualified to sit in the room. Including Seito, there were a total of 11 people, 2 of whom were women. Except for me and the few people who were knocked down by Apache in the original work, the rest are all people who participated in the Akabane blade stealing operation in the 5 major museums in the manga. After seeing the faces of these people, Seito thought in his heart. Because of some reasons, our hunting for Akabane blades was exposed, so in order to reduce the trouble, I'm going to do a big operation together and steal the Akabane blades from the largest museums. At this time, the ponytailed man with sunglasses said, Now, it's voluntary. Choose your partners and mission targets. The man in sunglasses continued, then paused. After the others thought about it, he said again, First, the main target is the National Museum of History. Leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a boy wearing dark brown casual trousers and a military green shirt came over. However, the hem of his shirt was tied high between his chest and abdomen, revealing his entire waist and back. On his head was a small black hat with a round brim that resembled a Western cowboy. The black-haired woman sitting across from Seito immediately spoke. She looked very young and was only about 20 years old. The National Museum of History. I think there will be a lot of guards. Then I'll go too. Another young man, who was also wearing casual trousers and a windbreaker that looked like a Chinese cloth robe, said. His face was covered by a high collar under the windbreaker, and he wore a strange hat on his head. Count me in as well. Following that, a man covered in armor said. Even the head was no exception. The man who wielded a long-handled axe said with a droning voice, That's good. The National Museum of History will be under the responsibility of Sakakiku, Tanigawa Yato, and Moritomo. After the 3 finished speaking, the man in sunglasses waited for a few seconds and still didn't hear anyone speak. It's still the 3 of them. It seems that even though the time has been brought forward by more than half a year, the specific executors haven't changed. Seito thought as his gaze swept past Sakakiku, the Japanese swordsman Tanigawa Yato, and the axe warrior Moritomo. The second target, XXX Museum. The man in sunglasses spoke again. The fourth target, XXX Museum. The man in sunglasses, who assigned the second and third targets, continued to ask. Leave it to me. Wearing an archer uniform, with a slightly delicate face, she looked young and about 20 years old. A woman who was close to 30 years old with long black hair spoke. I'll also join in the fun. After the woman spoke, Seito also spoke. When the woman heard that Seito also chose XXX Museum as the target, she immediately looked at Seito and frowned slightly. She didn't refute. That's good. XXX Museum will be under the responsibility of Seito and Suki Atsuka. The man in sunglasses also made sure that no one spoke. As for the last target, XXX Museum, I'll be in charge. The man in sunglasses glanced at everyone in the room and said, There's not much time left. Let's go now. As for the operation time, let's set it to 12 midnight. The man in sunglasses stood up and said. Then, everyone got up from their seats one after another, found their companions who had the same goal as them, and walked out of the room together. For this mission, please take care of me. Seito, who was next to Suki Atsuka, smiled and said, As long as you don't drag me down. Suki Atsuka didn't look at Seito and continued to look ahead. Don't worry. Once the mission starts, I'll definitely follow behind you obediently. I won't talk too much, I won't cause any trouble. I'll be completely invisible. Seito smiled and said. When Suki Atsuka heard Seito's words, she glanced at Seito and didn't say anything. She walked straight to another room in the stronghold. Teacher Suki. As soon as they entered the room, several crisp female voices rang in Seito's ears. Then, 4 young girls with short brown hair, long brown hair, and long black hair, about the same height and height, about 17 or 18 years old, appeared in front of Seito's eyes. They were all dressed in archery attire. Pack up. We're leaving. Suki Atsuka ordered. Yes. The 4 young girls responded in unison, and then began to pack up their weapons and equipment. They should be your disciples, right? Are you planning to bring them along to carry out the mission? Seito asked Suki Atsuka as he looked at the 4 young girls who carried their longbows and packed their quiver. Yes. Suki Atsuka replied calmly. Aren't you afraid that they'll be in danger? Seito turned his head to look at Suki Atsuka's face and asked in surprise. This time, Suki Atsuka ignored Seito and directly led the 4 young girls out of the room. Seeing this, Ito-sei shrugged his shoulders and followed him with a chuckle. Soon, the group of 6, including Seito, arrived at the parking lot in the stronghold. They got into the car that was already prepared by the staff in the stronghold and drove toward their target, the XXX Museum. With the influence of the dark in the Japanese government, the high-speed car was almost unimpeded all the way. It only took a few hours to reach the vicinity of the XXX Museum. Driver, drive the car somewhere else and hide. Suki Atsuka ordered the driver after observing the XXX Museum's surroundings through the car window. Yes. The driver responded and immediately restarted the car and drove away from the XXX Museum. Get ready, when the time is up, we'll move. Suki Atsuka ordered her disciples. Yes. The 4 young girls responded in unison. Then, the 4 young girls and Suki Atsuka closed their eyes and sat in the car to rest. Slide. Not long after the car stopped, Seito opened the door and got out of the SUV he was in. He then walked away without stopping. Behind him, Megumi Suki glanced at Ito-sei through the car window, then closed her eyes again and continued to concentrate on her breathing. After a while, the sound of a car door opening woke Suki Atsuka up from her meditation state. The assignment this time was quite urgent. I thought you guys weren't in a hurry to eat yet, so I went down to buy some food for everyone. Eat up. Seito closed the car door and returned to his seat. He handed 5 takeout lunchboxes to the 4 young archers and Suki Atsuka. Thank you. The 4 young girls, who were indeed a little hungry, accepted the lunchboxes from Sei-Ito after getting their master's permission. "Thank you." Suki-Itsuka also took the lunchbox and thanked him. "It's nothing." Sei-Ito smiled at Suki-Itsuka, then lowered his head and opened his own lunchbox. He picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks and started eating. More than 10 minutes later, the people in the car finished their lunchboxes one after another and handed them to the driver. They then closed their eyes again to rest and prepare for the upcoming mission. "Tuki-sama, Tuki-sama, time's up." A few hours later, the driver whispered to Tuki-sama and Tuki-sama sitting in the car. Suki-Itsuka and Sei-Ito opened their eyes. 4 slender white lights suddenly shot out from Sei-Ito and Suki-Itsuka's eyes and dissipated in the pitch-black car in the blink of an eye. Sei-Ito and Suki-Itsuka also saw the strange light in each other's eyes. They looked at each other and withdrew their gazes at the same time. Sei-Ito opened the car door and got out of the car one after another. "Check your weapons and make sure there's no problem," Suki-Itsuka said to the 4 young girls. "Yes." The 4 young girls responded in unison. They then picked up the longbows in their hands and the arrows in their quivers and carefully checked them one by one. "Let's go." After a while, Suki-Itsuka and the 4 young girls confirmed that there was no problem with their weapons and shouted. She then ran with Sei-Ito to the XXX Museum, not far away. The car was not far from the XXX Museum. It was only about 10 meters away. It was just that the car was hidden in a clever way, so it was not easy to be discovered. Therefore, Sei-Ito, Suki-Itsuka, and her 4 disciples arrived in front of the XXX Museum without wasting any time. "Go in through the window," Hui-Mei said in a low voice after observing the surroundings. Chapter 656. "Leave it to me," Sei-Ito said. They followed Sei-Ito to the museum's window and placed his hand on the window frame. Then, he skillfully unlocked the window and opened it. "Go in," Suki-Mei ordered in a low voice when she saw the window open. Everyone who received the order did not hesitate and immediately invaded the museum through the open window. "Let's split up and search," Suki-Mei said in a low voice as she quickly scanned the interior of the museum. "Yes." The 4 archer girls also responded in a low voice. Then, they each took out the flashlights they had prepared before they got off the car and went in different directions to search the museum. Of course, Ito-sei also took out a flashlight and started searching the XXX Museum. He had promised to keep his mouth shut and not cause any trouble before leaving the stronghold and would only listen to Suki-Mei's instructions. I remember that in the original work, this museum was guarded by Master Ma Jianxing. I don't know if he's still guarding this place after the events were brought forward. But just in case, it's better to cover my face with something, Sei-Ito thought to himself as he didn't put any effort into searching. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito immediately took out the dog mask he used in the Naruto world and covered his face with it. A moment later, "Did you find it?" Suki-Mei asked 2 disciples who were walking towards her with flashlights. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As soon as Suki-Mei's voice fell, a sound similar to that of someone drinking tea suddenly rang out in the dark museum. The 2 disciples who heard the sound immediately shone their flashlights in the direction of the source of the sound. In an instant, a short old man wearing a China-style Mandarin jacket with a round face and a thick mustache on his lips appeared in front of Suki-Mei and her 2 disciples' eyes. He was sitting on a display cabinet with a clay teacup in his hand. This person was China's boxing expert from Liangshan Lake, Ma Jianxing. "Although I've heard that there are girls in Dark's weapons team," Ma Jianxing said as he put his teacup aside and put his black top hat on his head. "Who is it?" Hearing Ma Jianxing's voice, the other 2 disciples who had just come over immediately asked. "This old man is really too lucky tonight." Ma Jianxing's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 beauties approaching him. "Fire. One of the 4 archers drew her bow and shot an arrow at Ma Jianxing. He reminded his companions. With her reminder, the other 3 young archers immediately drew arrows from their quivers and knocked them on their longbows. They aimed at Ma Jianxing and started shooting. Bad girls need to be taught well, Ma Jianxing said like an uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped to the side. While dodging the arrows, he stepped on the wall beside him and used the momentum to rush toward the 4 archers who were standing in a row. Soon after, Ma Jianxing landed next to the archer girl on the far left and grabbed her archery robe with both hands. With Ma Jianxing's 30 years of experience in the art of stripping, as well as his super high speed, he was able to do it quickly. He took off the robes of the 4 archers one after another and used them as restraining ropes to tie them up. Oh, so strong. Where did you get attacked? I don't feel any pain. What? I can't move. Close. The 4 archers who lost their balance and fell to the ground cried out one after another. Ma Clan's binding robe, Ma Jianxing said softly while still maintaining his stance. What a rare martial art from China. It only attacks close. Terumi Tuki drew her longbow with an arrow knocked on it. She pointed the arrow at Ma Jianxing and said, Martial arts and clothes have a very close relationship. China's martial arts have many moves that entangle the opponent's sleeves, while judo was created with kimonos as the basic attire. In addition, Rome's martial arts are performed naked to show fairness. In other words, using clothes to subdue the opponent without getting hurt. This move is also one of the essences of the living fist. Ma Jianxing said to Terumi Tuki while maintaining his stance. I don't know what kind of joke you're making, but be serious when you're fighting me. Terumi Tuki said sternly. After she finished speaking, she suddenly let go of the arrow's tail. Then, she released the arrow in her hand. Whoosh! With a whistling sound, the arrow flew toward Ma Jianxing at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Although the lack of light in the museum made it difficult for people to see clearly, that was only for ordinary people. For experts, after a long period of cultivation, their eyes had already evolved to a certain extent. They could vaguely see the silhouette of a person even in a room without any light, let alone in a room with starlight and small lights in the exhibition cabinet. Moreover, for people who had cultivated martial arts to Ma Jianxing's level, they did not have the ability to detect danger or avoid danger. They no longer relied on their eyes to sense danger and avoid dangerous objects. Instead, they relied on their cultivated sixth sense and the commonly used air control circle to judge the incoming attack. Therefore, although the speed of the arrow was invisible to the naked eye, it was still able to dodge. But Ma Jianxing easily dodged it, and then rushed behind Misato at high speed. He jumped and bent his arm to attack the back of Misato's neck. Do you think the bow is useless in close combat? Terumi Tuki tilted her head and looked at Ma Jianxing from the corner of her eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, Terumi Tuki twisted her waist and swung her bow, using the bow as a weapon to attack Ma Jianxing's body. Ma Jianxing's pupils shrank. He immediately twisted his waist in midair and dodged Terumi Tuki's attack by a hair's breadth and quickly landed on the ground. Megumi Tuki was not going to let Ma Jianxing off. With a flip of her hand, she pulled out an arrow and held it in her hand. The arrowhead was like a dagger, stabbing towards Ma Jianxing's forehead. Ma Jianxing, on the other hand, was like a shaking doll. He moved his head left and right to dodge Terumi Tuki's arrow. You're underestimating me too much. I'm not using the art of archery, I'm using the art of archery. Of course, I'll use it when I'm close to you. It's useless even if you're close to me. Taking advantage of Ma Jianxing's dodging, Keimari Tosaki knocked an arrow on her bow and pointed it at Ma Jianxing's forehead. I have a question for you. Why did you suddenly start collecting weapons? Ma Jianxing looked up at Terumi Tuki and asked. Swallows and sparrows can only have the ambition of a great swan, Terumi Tuki answered expressionlessly. Ma Jianxing looked at Terumi Tuki quietly. Then, his expression turned angry. He bulged his muscles and bit on the arrow in front of him. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Terumi Tuki's waist, which was the weakest part of her archery attire. He quickly took off her clothes and tied her up. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "You have to tie the attire no matter what." Normal. Her legs were entangled by the trousers of her archer uniform, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground with a dull thud. "Since you're so strong, as long as you don't stubbornly attack the attire, you won't get hurt at all. Why?" Terumi Tuki, who was on the ground, looked at Ma Jianxing's back and asked. "Swallows and sparrows can only have the ambition of a great swan." Ma Jianxing used Terumi Tuki's words to answer him. Then, Ma Jianxing took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Xiao Yu's number. However, just as Ma Jianxing was about to speak, a black silhouette suddenly appeared before Ma Jianxing. The silhouette then swung a leg at Ma Jianxing's unguarded abdomen. Bang! Then, a muffled sound rang out, and Ma Jianxing's body was immediately thrown back like a cannonball. Poof! Before Ma Jianxing's body hit the wall or he could react on his own, another soft sound rang out in the dimly lit museum. A large cloud of purple smoke immediately appeared in the museum and spread out at an extremely fast speed. Crash, crackle, crackle. Then, the sound of glass shattering could be heard in the museum again. Old Ma, Qiuyu, who saw that Ma Jianxing had been silent all this time, called out in a slightly puzzled tone. "Sigh, I miscalculated. I didn't expect to have a master of concealing aura here. Now, all the ducks in my hands are gone." Ma Jianxing sighed as he waved his hand to disperse the purple smoke in front of him. "Is that so?" Qiuyu said. "TSK, this mission is really worth it. I didn't expect to see such beautiful scenery." In a small forest outside the museum, Sei Ito, who was wearing a dog mask, teased Terumi Tuki and her 4 beautiful female disciples who were lying on the ground. "Don't talk nonsense. Let me go." Compared to the 4 girls who were blushing, Terumi Tuki, who didn't show much emotion about her body being exposed in front of a strange man, frowned and said, "No, no, no, this is a rare opportunity. How can I miss it?" Sei Ito, who was wearing the dog mask, walked to Terumi Tuki and her disciple lying next to her and squatted down. He placed his hands on the chest of Terumi Tuki and her disciple respectively and gently rubbed them while teasing them. "You're courting death." Terumi Tuki's eyes flashed coldly as she looked at Sei Ito murderously. "That's not necessarily true." Sei Ito chuckled and then gently retracted his hand. He straightened up and looked down at Terumi Tuki and her 4 disciples who were lying on the ground and said, "But this time and place is really not suitable for this kind of thing. I'll send you to my secret hideout first. After I'm done here, I'll have some fun." After saying that, Sei Ito flicked his finger and 5 invisible bullets instantly flew out from Sei Ito's fingertips and hit the acupuncture points on the necks of Terumi Tuki and her 4 disciples, knocking them out. Then, with a thought, he immediately put the 5 people who were disheveled and exposed into the Rubik's Cube world. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.